I'd do some streaming today since I've got a bunch of manga to do. When don't I have a bunch of manga to do? Oh my gosh. Please let me know, y'all, if the music is too loud. I've been listening to this song so much because of all the podcast stuff I've been making. It's just kind of, the song's kind of a vibe. I think it's about ready to start over. So, but anyway, I've got lots of manga stuff I gotta do, so I figured, let's go ahead and start streaming, and I can also talk about some exciting new changes. If you guys have seen my community post, or you've seen my brand new profile banner. Lots of good stuff coming up. Let's see here. Let me get my color picker correct here. Alright. Had to like redo a lot of the, like, my workspace for Club Studio, so I'm having to like relearn where everything is. I hate when I have to do that. Hopefully everyone can hear me okay, so. Da-na, da-na. But yeah, I've got so much manga I gotta get done. I figured, you know what, why don't I stream? Because I don't stream enough. I really should stream more often. I guess I feel bad because, like, they're always so late. Let's see, what time is it? I don't even know what time it is. It's almost 8 o'clock here. Whoops. Ooh, it's reverbing a little bit. Maybe it's just my headset. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, I just realized that is a really horrible tangent up there, where her ear is. Let's move some layers. I think I just need to move these ones. So a tangent is like what we had before. You see how like her ear lines up like perfectly with that edge there up here? You don't want that. So I'm gonna move it. I'll move it up slightly, because if I move it down, then I'd have to like cut off part of her chin, and I don't want that. So I'll just move it up instead. Not ideal, but that's okay. Because I feel like this is a little too close now. That's alright. I can fix that later too. So, but yeah, working on trying to get chapter 3 done. So, Lychee! What's up, sis? How you doing? How is you? How is you? How is the devil doing? I saw you went down to Florida. It frickin' snowed there. Hell froze over. The devil went down to Georgia. He was looking for a sword to steal. He was in a bind because he's way behind and he's willing to make a deal. Please tell me you know that song. I'm not crazy, right? Just realized I forgot to draw her eyebrows. Rin deserves eyebrows. I just thought about like the way that I said that, and I'm like, who doesn't deserve eyebrows? Hey, I'm like, man, what's up? Thanks for going to my my live appearance on the Indie Comics Relay channel on Monday. So I got a certain meeting in a few days. Good luck, good luck, good luck. Best of luck to you. Ganbatte! Does the devil accept thoughts and prayers? Just working on getting some manga done. Have mercy. I can't believe I'm still working on chapter 3. This new medication is kicking my ass. I've had some days, like, okay, so Friday, I felt so bad, but thank goodness my boss is really understanding. Last Friday, I I had lunch, right? And then I took my medication after lunch, so my stomach was full. Maybe like it wouldn't be as big of a problem. I was asleep, like face down on my desk within like an hour of taking it. I was so exhausted on Friday, and I missed the last 3 hours of work because I was so tired. I just passed out basically. I mean, I made it up later. I ended up working like a couple hours on Saturday to like make up for it, but I was so tired. This medication is kicking me in the butt. Oh yeah, Indie Comics really is great. They've got all kinds of good stuff that they talk about. All kinds of creators, like a wide variety of comics in terms of like different genres, different themes, different people from different places. Like, it's a really good channel. Oh, Viz has some special announcements tomorrow, eh? Hopefully they're good ones. I just saw a tweet from Viz saying that they've got some announcements tomorrow. Oh, and did you guys see that Hisashi-san's doing another round of interviews? Or, I mean, portfolio reviews? Like, online? Yeah, he's doing online portfolio reviews. Like Hisashi Sasaki, my editor with Viz. They're doing more portfolio reviews. But like online, since not everyone can make it to a con. He did some in October, and he's doing them again. They announced it earlier this week, I think. A 3-page comic I was working on for a class I'm taking. Hey, that's awesome. I really wish I could take like some manga classes, like with like a manga school, like an actual manga school in Japan. Like, that'd be super dope. It's kind of funny because like now I teach manga. But I still want to keep growing and learning, so I'd love to take some more classes. Bum, 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 bum. Is this like a, like when you say it's a class, is this sort of like a fun class on the side? Is it like a private class? Is it like more a Skillshare class? What kind of class is it? I'm sure other people would like to know. Bum, 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 bum. Ba-da-ba-da-bum. I think I'm good with this one. I can add some. Oh, I gotta finish the arrow. I hope that like this is enough because okay, so like here's what I did. You see her with the bow and arrow in this shot, and then you just see here. So I'll probably add like a curry, you know, so that way you know that she's drawing. I think maybe this is too long. Maybe I'll just make it short. That way it doesn't feel like the arrow is so long. And then I'll just add a Cree here. And then add screen tone back here, because I just realized I forgot to fill that in the back. Is this my sheet pen? Yeah, I forgot to fill that in back here. Maybe I should just fill this in. No. I do need to fill her in though, so let me bring this up top. And then we'll fill in here. Okay. Let's see. I don't want to explain too much, but it's... Oh, I see, I see. Okay. Fair enough. That's reasonable. Gotta keep yourself safe. Oh, you know, I probably should fill in the arrow too. I think that's this layer. Yeah. That makes perfect sense to me. Whoops. Oh, you know what I should do? Is I should create another white layer on top. And then just make this really, really thin. It's gonna be a little thinner. What's everyone been up to this week? I feel like we all do, honestly. I feel like that's never really something that goes away. Let me see again bigger. Oh, there it is. I wouldn't stress too much about that. We all have, like, a lot of growth potential for us. I don't think anyone ever grows out of needing, like, growth. If they do, they're full of themselves and don't know what the frick they're talking about. I've always been a person that I think we all should be constantly seeking growth, even if it's just to be better than we were yesterday. Even myself. Now that I teach with the Learn to Draw Manga, well, I can't say I teach, I mentor with the Learn to Draw Manga folks. I love attending the sessions by the other mentors and coaches, because there's always something that I can learn too. So a 7-page story? How do you feel making shorter stories? Because I know a lot of people really struggle with that. So are you enjoying working with shorter stories? So I know you were struggling to create before, and it seems like you're doing better now, so, which is good. So do you like creating shorter stories? I mean, to me it sounds like you're making good progress. don't think necessarily have an issue creating short works, just... Oh, yeah. I think that's the problem that everybody has. I'm the same way. I've had a harder time coming up with a story for like a one-shot. And now I finally have like an idea that I actually like want to work on. That isn't like the previous idea that I had. Because I really liked my previous idea, I just like don't have any heart to work on it right now. So I feel that. A black border around these so that they stand out a bit. Too much? I'll get through. I just need to take the weekend thing over. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. I had to take... I'm a little embarrassed to admit how long it took me. It took me about... well, I was working on the idea from like mid-September-ish. I think it was like late mid-September when I found out Onami wasn't getting serialized. So I started working on the new idea like mid-late September. I kind of already knew what I wanted to do, like the rough idea. And then I worked on it until like mid-November. And then I had some like personal stuff happen in mid-November and I don't want to work on that story anymore. And so I kind of took a break and like stopped thinking about it for a while until like I'd say winter break, when I got time off from Global Comics, was when I started working on it again. So that would have been like late December. So I've been working on it for about a month now. Yeah, about a month now. And I'm finally at the part where now that I have like a basic idea of what I want to happen in this story, I'm starting to work on like character design and layouts and what type of environments do I have, that kind of stuff now. I want it to be like 35 pages or less, which for me is really hard. I'm used to doing like 50-page one-shots. Like I've never really done okay, I've done shorter ones, but they've been like 5 pages. So now I need it to be at least 20, but less than 50, or sorry, less than 35. So I have to get it like in a little sweet spot between 20 and 35 pages. And that's really hard. So I think right now it's at like about 40. So I need to figure out how to squish it just a little bit more. Because when I submit it to Hisashi-san, like the first name, I want it to be 35 pages or less. So Yeah. Yeah, exactly. There's always like just a few too many pages. And it's like, I think I have like 5 pages too many. And I mean, like, I'm within the 50 page like allotment, but I want a shorter one shot. Because I've personally, my theory is that a shorter one shot would be easier to get serialized. It's my personal theory. But I don't know. I feel like a lot of the one shots have been longer, except for like that first one, the really heavy sci-fi one was like one of the shortest ones. I think the majority of them have been like more than 30 pages, and so I'd like to try to get like 35 pages or less. If I can cut it down to like 20, like under 30 pages, I think that would be ideal. But that's really hard. I basically have to create a one shot that's half the length of what I'm used to doing. So it's just like, what do I do? I'll figure it out though. I like this new idea. I like the new idea though. Guys, want to see like a rough sketch of the main character? Since now that I'm like starting to do the sketches. If you guys follow me on social media, you've already seen it. Blah, 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 new from clipboard. Here you go. It's a rough sketch of the main character. Hey Manga, what's up? So I just doodled this at lunch. I have better drawings of her. I just like this was my lunch doodle. I don't feel like digging up the other ones because they're all on paper, and I don't want to have to like dig through my scanner folders to go find it. I've been doing a lot of the sketches on paper this time around, and it's been kind of nice, but... Oh, I should probably check the lines on the bubble first. Oh, they're way too big. Grungy? It's just that it's a rough sketch, that's all. It's actually scene. It's actually a scene. Like Scene Kid. Like of like the mid-2000s. So... Like, actually, it's scene. It's not a phase. Oh wait, oh, this is supposed to be a white bubble. It's okay. I don't know why my font is like stuck on eulogy for whatever reason. Clip, don't. Clip Studio, I swear to all that is holy. Don't clash on me, please. Apparently, Clip Studio doesn't like my idea. Clip Studio just went, nah, man. Oh, one other thing. Hang on, my music's way too loud for me, y'all. I'm gonna go turn it down for a little bit. And then I'll turn it up for you guys, because it's too loud for me. Okay, hopefully you guys can still hear it. It was like starting to like bark in my earbuds. One thing I'm worried about is the story there's no story too dumb or derivative, because your purpose here is to learn. It's not like you're submitting it to like Viz or something. Like, my personal opinion is that if you're in like a time where you're learning, there's nothing too dumb or derivative. It's my personal opinion. Like, my literal next one shot, I'll just give you guys like a quick quip from it. Like, basically it's like American like scene kid ends up becoming a cryptid, and now she has to travel across America in like the mid 2000s to like try to undo it. Like that's her problem. And so she's like a classic scene kid, right? Okay, she's not a kid. She's 21 or 22 maybe. I'm thinking I'm gonna make her like low mid-20s, but she dresses like that. And she stays at home. She thinks she's a literal witch, but she ends up getting turned into like a cryptid. So she's like every cringe. She's like every teenager when I was a teen. I'm a real werewolf. I'm a real vampire. Like, you just don't understand. Like, like when people were teens, yeah. But seriously though, like you're like right now you're focusing on learning. You're not focused on like trying to be this like super crazy good. Like, if you're in a place where the focus is on learning and pushing your limits, there's nothing too cringy. Because if you don't push your limits, you're not gonna grow. You know, it's like dancing, right? It's like dancing. There's nothing too cringy when you're dancing, when you're just learning how to dance, especially like if you're a kid. Like, just do whatever. You can always fix it later. You can always change it later. You can always redo something, especially when it comes to short stories like this. You can always redo it later if you change your mind, so I wouldn't worry too much about it. I knew what she was gonna say, and then I forgot what it was because I started talking. Let me look it up. It's basically the same as the original story. Just gotta look it up. Sorry guys. I need to bring my script up. Oh my god. You guys might recognize these pages. Oh, that's what it is. Who do you take us for? I'll just say I'll change it to like, who do you take me for? Hey, bruh. You do it. Give it back. Well, I guess she'll say us, because she thinks, because her bow is technically alive, and she talks about it as if it's like a living person, because it kind of is. Who do you take? Wow, I can't even spell the word you today. Who do you take us for? I feel like 94 is a little... Oh, 94 is only good one. Oh, wait, yeah. This is Rin, so she needs to use the, imaginary friend. Yeah, the 94 would be appropriate. I feel like I could almost do three words across. Let me see what that looks like. I feel like that's gonna be too big, or it'll make a river. Yep, I got 2 rivers. God damn. Maybe 85 will work better, and I'll just kick this up to like 25 maybe. Alright, and then what was the bubble down to? I think it should be at 80. Oh, I left it at 90. No, you're good. You're good. No worries. I don't think it's venting. Like, that's not like what comes across. That's not like what comes across. I wouldn't worry too much about it. Sometimes we have to talk our problems through, and having other people to talk to helps us work through those problems. Right. Let's duplicate the tone here, so I can make it darker in some areas. Like her hair, I'd like to make her hair darker. Get rid of this. Actually, let's take that banana back. And then we'll just... Alright, and then I'll add the areas I want back in. Yeah, we all learn at different paces. So, like I said, just don't worry about it too much. Don't cause yourself undue stress. It's not worth it. As someone who has stressed that much, I promise you, bro, it's not worth it. I've literally stressed myself sick sometimes. Wow, what color was her shirt? Okay, it is a dark color. So I do need it darker there as well. Durr. Thanks, brain, for letting me down again. Brain's not helping me out today, guys. It's making me work too hard. Dun dun dun. Let's see. Anyway, how has everyone been this week? What else is everyone working on? Hey, what's up? Welcome. How are you? Okay, how do I pronounce this? Is it Diast? I'm so sorry. Can you please tell me how to pronounce your name so I can do it correctly? I want to make sure I pronounce everyone's name correctly. I know a couple different ways that I could possibly pronounce that. I'm so sorry. You're also working on Pom Pom? Nice, nice. Woo! Whoopsies. Meet this one and then put it on here. What? Oh my goodness. Yeah, I like that better. Diast. Yep, I recognize your name. Thanks for joining me on my stream. I appreciate it. And thank you for joining us there as well. It seems like overall people really liked that episode of the Indie Comics Relay podcast. So yeah, I appreciate you joining me on my channel. Oh, that's good, Comic Man. That's good. As long as, like, you got out of it what you wanted, I think it's a success no matter what. Personally. I actually talk about that in one of my podcast episodes that's coming up. Is, like, you know, like, how do you define, like, success? And one of the things that I mentioned in the podcast is that I feel like success is determined by, like, what success means. Or, like, what it means to be successful is always determined by the person who did the thing. And, like, their definition of success comes first. As far as, like, I'm not gonna look at someone and tell them what success means if, like, they have a different definition than me. You know what I mean? You know? Okay, what is going on here? Okay, so then this just wasn't filled in properly. Wrong layer. Wrong layer. There we go. So I'm assuming you also make cartoons, Diast. Diast? What kind of stuff do you make? Like, I guess let me rephrase, like, what's your story about? Or what's your comic about? I feel like I made all of these whites way too much. Yeah, way too much. You make animations and comics. I had an episode on the podcast. Oh, very nice. Heck yeah, I'll have to check it out. I'm still catching up to the episodes. I am like really bad at watching every single one of them like as they happen. So I definitely need to go catch up on like the more recent episodes. I think I'm still watching the ones from like back around San Diego Comic-Con is when I kind of fell off like being consistent. So I need to go back and rewatch a bunch of older episodes. I got busy with being at Comic-Con, and then I'm like, oh well, I'll watch them later, and I just kept forgetting to go watch them later. So I really got to go watch them. That's cool. You make animations though. I haven't animated in forever. Damn it. Come on, Clip. I did not have the tool that I thought I had selected, so that was my bad. I was about to yell at Clip Studio going, dang it, Clip, I have the blank tool selected, but I didn't. That's funny. I need to make this bigger or smaller. It's just not fitting there. Get bigger. That way it stands out. I'm not sure that it's obvious what this is. Yeah, there's a lot of episodes. Yeah, it's really, really great. That's what I really like about it is they have so many different like types of creators on the podcast. It's not just like this. It's not just the same types. And when I say same types, I mean like it's not just like the. You know what I mean? Like there's just like different groups within indie comics, and some podcasters they'll do like the same types of comics that have like similar themes and similar genres. And it's like these comics are cool, but like it's the same types of stuff over and over again, and I want to see like more variety. And that's what I really like about the indie comics relay is that they have a lot more variety in like the types of stuff that they show, so that it feels like one week you can get sci-fi, the next week you can get horror, like you can also get like my brain just stopped for a second, like fantasy, now manga, like there's a wider variety, and I wish there were more shows like that. Christy Shin, yeah, I know her. Absolutely. She creates Demon Bitch. Absolutely no, Miss Christy. I've been doing some of my creator sit-downs with her. She's sweet. She's really funny. There we go. Much better. My pen is dying. I gotta get a new one. Alright, that panel is done, and I can mark it off as so. Let me try a black sclera for her on this one. Maybe that'll look better. Maybe this just needs to be black. I try not to use a black sclera very often. For Rin, I try to use a color like a toned one. I feel like the black just works better in this particular instance. There's so many values going on here that it's a little much. Let me see if some of these layers are hurting it more than helping it. I need the hatching layers. Come on. Those will be on top probably. Anything on this one? Nope. Well, I think this layer I was gonna fill in with black anyway, and I just forgot to. Yeah. Okay, so then are they these layers? Okay, well they're somewhere in here. See, this is why you should name your layers, kids. Don't be like me. Okay, found them. What I was looking for is all of these hatching layers to see if they're more distracting than helpful. I think the problem is that they're just not very clean. I think this one's unnecessary. Let me just dim it. There we go. Alright, that's good enough for me. Let's see. If going even darker would be better. This way, this is at 70. You know, there's one more thing that I could do instead. Let me duplicate this layer. I'm gonna try something else. One option would be to make this look like dappled light, but I feel like that would make it look too busy. But let me see what it would look like. Tree. Might be in my trees. You know what? I think it's in my I think it's still in my downloads. I don't think I've added it yet. Officially. I have a new brush set that I downloaded. I think it's a brush set. It's either a brush set or like here it is. Yeah. Is this a brush? Oh, it's a. Oh, please tell me I can. Oof. That's it's really strong there. Let me swap that the other way. Yeah, I'm not sure I like this. Yeah, I think that just makes it too busy. And then I can take... It's really light. There. That way the texture matches. Not what I asked you to do. Oh, I see the. Oh, I see the issue. Okay, okay. Gotta do this the opposite way. Okay, so I have to do this one first. Set this here, and then reselect it, come here, reverse select, and then delete. There we go. That way the texture is still correct. Hello, Chris Hemsworth. I wish I was that cool. I'm Madroding? Nice. Drawding. Interesting name. How are you? Your name caught me off guard. How are you doing? I'm not sure how I feel about this. I will sit on it, I will leave it alone, and then I will come back to it and see how I feel. Because if I do that here, I have to do that down here too, and that's kind of what I'm thinking, is I'm like, do I want to commit to this? Because I'm going to have to replicate that here. The good news is the background I can basically, like, just super easily replicate, which I'm actually going to do first. So let me grab this this folder that has my backgrounds in it. Oh, that apparently I did not make. Oh, I see what I did. I have two separate folders. Okay. Yeah, that will make it easier to duplicate. That will make it a little bit easier to duplicate. There are 3 folders, apparently. Okay. That way there's a background, like, there's like a background, the background, and well, 3 parts of the background. I'm gonna save it before I duplicate things, because Clip Studio likes to crash when I duplicate large layers like this. Or large folders. It's like, nah, fam. Alright. Okay, and we'll duplicate this one. This is the main one, so if it crashes, it'll be on this one, probably. Oh, not yet. You guys have anything planned for the weekend? Any fun things you're gonna do? Come on, Clip Studio! Yay, it did it! It didn't crash on me. Ugh. Okay, and I need this one too. So many folders. But this way the background is exactly the same. I don't have to spend time redrawing it. And I'll put these folders in another folder so I can just move them all together. But before I move anything, I need to make sure all of these little check marks are turned on. That way the masks will move with them. Ah! Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I don't know what I did. I have no idea what just happened. I feel like I broke something. And it's gonna come back to haunt me later. It's a lot of folders. Okay. Alright, we should be good to move these. Again, I'm gonna save it. Probably going to order takeout and work on a comic or another project. Aw, man, takeout sounds so good right now. sounds really good. I would eat takeout, but I have some bulgogi I gotta get eaten. Actually, I have some kielbasa that I need to get eaten. I don't think I have any cabbage for it though, so I need to go get some. Oh, you know what? I do have cabbage. That's right. Yeah, I do have cabbage. So I'll just cook kielbasa with. Well, I mean, it's not cabbage. It's like kale plus cabbage plus. It's like a pre-made salad mix that I made, where I just like cut up like a bunch of different leafy greens, and I like to cook that with my kielbasa, and then add like whatever sauces and stuff to it. Okay, come on, Clip Studio. Alright, so it's this area that was duplicated, but I just realized I have to resize it because we've zoomed out a little. So we have to resize it some, which means I get to be creative and recreate some parts of it. That's okay. The other option is oh, you know what? I have a better idea, fam. I have a better idea. That will take way less work. Cancel. This will be way less work. I'm just going to delete this entirely because I don't want it now. And instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just fill it with black. Because I want, the reason why is I want to highlight the arrow leaving, and I like to highlight that with like white, and so if I do that, then I can really highlight like this, you know, the speed of the arrow leaving. So now I just gotta clean up my line arts, and I'll turn the, I'm gonna leave the gray on just so that I make sure I don't accidentally draw with white. It's a bad habit of mine. What's your favorite type of takeout? Takeout's tricky for me because it has to be gluten-free, and like not a lot of restaurants are gluten-free. Oh, did I duplicate this first? Ooh, I need to duplicate it before I start making changes. So what I do when I ink, this is kind of like, I guess, a good time to show you guys how I do this. So what I do is, like, this is my original sketch layer. I'll duplicate it, and then let me turn that off. Well, I'll leave it on. So let me just start over. So like, this is my original sketch layer, this one. So what I'll do is I'll duplicate it first. Oh, let me actually pull this out so I can show you guys. So what I do is I'll duplicate my line art. I'll duplicate this. And then the original one I will turn to blue. You guys can't, so like now you guys can see that. That way I have a copy of my original sketch, but what I do is instead of completely redrawing my like line art from like on top of my sketch, all I'm really doing now, doing it this way, is I'm basically cleaning up the sketch, because for me I find that like my sketches have a lot more energy than my line art does. It also helps me save time. I think it helps me save time, because now, like with her ear, for example, I just come in here and clean this up a little bit. And I don't have to go in and like completely redraw this ear. I just have to come in and clean it up a little bit. And because I have my sketch behind it, let me turn this to multiply so it's not like blindingly bright blue. All I'm really doing is, oops, helps if I, and that's how you know you're on the wrong layer. Is it'll be blue instead. I can just come in here and clean it up, instead of going in and making a brand new layer and having to redraw everything and then my line art getting stiff. I can just come in here and clean this up instead. Sometimes it's better to erase a line and completely redraw it. Like for her hair, that line is way too thick. Because I'm not drawing in a vector layer, it's a little bit harder to clean. So sometimes it is better just to redraw something. especially with like hatching and stuff, like for her hair. Like again with the eyeballs, it's a little bit easier to just redraw. I don't know if anyone ever noticed that her earrings had eyeballs on them. And she absolutely has these for a reason. So hopefully someday, well, I mean, now I've told you guys, but hopefully someday other readers will notice. I don't know, I just find this quicker than having to like completely redraw my line art. Maybe it's just me. You notice I'm using a pretty big brush too. You could use a smaller one if you want. I mainly use a bigger one because I'm trying to like train my hand to be lighter. And so every time I erase something, I get a little bit more practice. She's a little bit more excited in this one. So her eyes are going to be a little bit wider than before. Tighten this up just a little. She's got that like crazy smile on. Yeah, this needs to move. And so in this instance, when I need to move the whole thing, I can just select it and then transform it as needed. I make the sketch vague enough, then add the details like fingernails, hatching, and during the ink stage. When I'm familiar enough with the character, I can basically just draw little toy figures. That's what I struggle with the most. Not used to drawing them. I have to sketch them more. That makes sense. Yeah, I'm the same way. Rin is one of those characters for me. I'm still not super familiar with her yet. And also, I tend to change my character's design a little bit each time, as far as like what Rin is wearing this time is different than in the last time we saw her. So I don't want to do that all the time, and I'll probably like just reuse the same outfits just on different days. But yeah, I relate to that. And then I think what I did in her design is I made this point directly to her mole. Yep. So we're gonna move that too. And this I can just redraw. And then I think this you draw a line like to like her ear, and then down here, and I think that's where it's placed. Yep. Did you guys see what I did there? Here. So like if you look at, she's got this like little beauty mark here. What I do is I basically draw like down the middle from her like little cheek mark, and then I connect her mouth, like the corner of her mouth, to the corner of her ear, and then that's where this is placed. That way it's consistently placed every single time, because I'm basically triangulating it. So it'll go right here, and then I just erase the support lines. Eventually, like I probably could have just done that, like I could have just eyeballed it. It doesn't need to be perfect every time, but this way I know where it's supposed to go. Little stuff like that really helps like get to know characters better. Aros has like features like that too, that I like measure them out like against himself. That way they're always like, even if the like artwork that I have is technically like not proportional, it'll still be roughly, at least it'll look like it's in the right place. Yeah, Rin's a fun character. I think people will like her. She's kind of like that tsundere type character, so that wasn't intentional. That's kind of what she ended up being, though. Or is it yandere? Which one is the one that is like mean all the time, but they get like really squishy when you're not like when they're yeah. They're usually like really grouchy and mean, and then they turn like really nice. They're like kind of wussy. That's Rin. She's very snappy most of the time. It's kind of funny because Aros is actually the same way. So they fit each other really... Like, I can't say they fit each other really well, but like, they're the same type of people. So it's really funny. Tsundere. Okay, I thought so. I'm like, I always like, I'm not into the tsundere yandere thing, and so like, I struggle to remember which one's which sometimes. Thanks, fam, you got me. She's not like, I'm gonna kill, she's not like, I'm gonna like murder you with a knife type tsundere, but, well, okay, that's not entirely true. That's not entirely true. She does like hurting people, but I think it's because she's under Ahmad's influence so much. I don't think that, that's definitely not her her original human nature. She's just been this creature for so long that she doesn't even remember who she is. She almost never like uses her pure human form, like her original form. She almost never uses it anymore, and that's something that Aros and her end up talking about. Is like why she doesn't do that anymore. They have a really interesting relationship. Because the whole time, like, basically what Rin's job is to make sure that Aros does his job. Like, that's basically what her job is to, like, keep him on track. And so she's kind of mean and bullies him to, like, you know, do the thing you're supposed to do. So it's kind of what she, like, does with him, is she kind of bullies him a bit. Like, hey, you're behind, you're so slow. She kind of has to teach him how to, like, be a miyape, which is what they are. Yeah, she bullies him a lot. She doesn't, I mean, she is a miyape, but she doesn't really call herself that. She calls herself a human hunter, because she's an edgelord sometimes. She can be a bit of an edgelord. I just realized I have smoked salmon in the fridge I gotta eat. Maybe I'll have that with dinner tonight. So I'm saving the kielbasa for tomorrow. This is a little too symmetrical. Sorry guys, got focused there for a minute. Ugh. Do you guys, well I guess I was gonna ask if you guys enjoy drawing characters more than anything else, but I guess that's an obvious yeah for most people. What kind of goals do you guys have for the new year? Can I still call it the new year even though we're like a month in already? Oh, I think this is the one that... is it the middle one? It's the middle one that stays lower. It'll depend on how that meeting goes. Yep. Yeah. That makes sense. I would definitely want to get another one-shot published myself. Hopefully get serialized this time. That's a big goal of mine, is to get serialized this time. So, I want to get that done, and I want to get Godsbane Volume 1 done this year. Hi Timothy, what's up? Good evening. My goal for the year is to finish 2 comic shorts that I've started, then pick one long-term project back up into the next year. That makes sense. Nice. Do you have like a specific project that you think you might prefer? Or is this like a third project? Like, pick one long-term? Are you picking one of the short-term ones to make it long-term, or is it like a completely separate one? Her clothing isn't going to change too much because she just released an arrow. She's not going to move that much. Really, the only thing that's going to move is her hand, like her draw hand. Well, and her clothes might because of the air. And her clothes are super light too, so... I mean, they normally wouldn't move, but in a lot of shows they make them flowy and move. To, like, emphasize the motion. Let's see. Not that much, Comic Man. Just talking about, like, some of our projects that we're working on and our goals for the new year, that kind of stuff. No worries. Oops. Oh, it's been an hour, guys. We should take a quick little break. I definitely want to make sure, like, if I'm streaming, I start implementing breaks for myself so I can stretch and all that good stuff. So, let's see. I'm gonna type out really quick. So, just like I did in my really long stream, what I'm gonna do is, like, once an hour, make everyone stop, take a break, rehydrate, go grab a snack, go stretch, whatever, and then I'll run an ad break while everyone's away. So, just like a few minutes. Like, and I'm asking, what do you guys think about that? Do you guys feel like that's fair? That's reasonable? I know that's, like, gives me the potential of, like, losing viewers, like, while I'm streaming, but I want to make sure we all get breaks. It's not good to sit in one place for that long. What do you guys think? Because I think folks on Twitch do that, too. I would like to go grab some water. I've seen folks on Twitch do that, and so I was wondering if there was, like, something I could do like that on YouTube as well. Yeah? Okay, cool. I'll put it in chat what's gonna happen, so that way no one's surprised. So, I'll put on my BRB screen, and I will be right back. Alright, I will be back. Whoopsie. Alright, back guys, sorry. That took a little bit longer than 5 minutes. That was more like 10 minutes. Sorry guys. Had to run downstairs and then run the microwave and then run back up. Try to eat really quick. But I'm back. Okay, let me remove the pinned message here. Alright. Oh, let me fix the chat. Alright, we're going back to cleaning up some lane arts. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and delete these because I can remake them cleaner. Actually, I only want to get rid of these. The rest is fine. But I do want this to be on its own layer. So, these on their own layer. So I want them to be white. That way they'll stand out against the black background. This also needs to be white so it can stand out against the black background. Okay. Alright, let's see here. What's everyone else working on? I know I've asked you guys a couple times, but now that we're all back, you guys still working on the same things? Have you moved on to other things? What did you guys have for dinner, breakfast, lunch, whatever time zone you're in? I want to hear all the things. Pew, pew. She really didn't move that much, but the wind is moving her clothing, so we're gonna have a little bit of folds happening. I had to run downstairs to use the microwave because I found these gluten-free, I guess the best way to describe them is kind of like a honey bun. I've never even had like conventional honey buns, so like I didn't really like know what to expect. They don't taste like honey. They don't taste like honey at all. It's just like icing, sugar. Like I'm like, what does this have to do with a honey bun? Maybe I'm just used to honey having a specific taste. But they're from Aldi's. But yeah, they're like a gluten-free honey bun. But they don't taste like anything. They just taste like sugar. They weren't that bad. I don't know why I said they. I only had one. Clean this up. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Hey, Gabba, what's up? Let's see, working on a short comic that I've been trying to get done since last year. Mood. I'm eating leftover steak, veggies, and rice for breakfast? Yo, that sounds delicious. I'm gonna be having some bulgogi later once I'm done streaming, or I don't know. I'm trying to decide how late I want to draw because I'm trying to make sure I get like 8 hours of sleep every night now. So if I want to be in bed on time, I gotta be in. I've only got about 3 more hours of drawing time. So I'm trying to actually get 8 hours of sleep now. Because I don't. I've been living on 6 hours for a long time. And I'm wondering if that's what's causing a lot of my health issues. I mean, I have a sleep study next week to see if there's like something else going on. But I'm gonna try to get like better sleep over the next couple days and see how it makes me feel. Hey, Master Light Curl, welcome, welcome. How are you? And hi, Gabba. Hi, everybody. Hope everyone's having a good day. Happy time zone. It's my way of saying good day when I don't know where everyone's time zone is. not gonna be anything here because she doesn't have anything on. What are you up to, Master Light Curl? Are you also an artist? A writer, maybe? Oh, EJ Comics. Nice, nice. Welcome. I definitely didn't recognize you with that name. How's the goods in progress? It's been slow. I've definitely been really struggling with fatigue lately because of my new medication. Or maybe my sleep schedule. Who knows? So just getting some more work done on chapter 3. I need to like redo a lot of things. Such is life, I suppose. Okay, her wrist is definitely broken. I gotta fix this, so let's just delete this and let's clean up the sketch first and figure out. Okay, so here's the wrist. Okay, so here's that. There's the joint there. Problem is I have an extra joint in here. So here's where it bends. This is a little thin. I mean, she is really thin, but I feel like even so. So this would go there. Go there. So I think the problem is this here. Currently rocking your baby to sleep? Oh, that's cute. I have no baby, but I do have a fur baby, but it's not the same. Well, I've always had 6 hours of sleep. Like, even when I was younger, like in high school, that's just what I always did. You know, like, I always went to bed roughly like 11 midnight. Because I was usually up doing homework or helping with my brothers or like waiting for my parents to come home. So like I just got used to being up pretty late. Or just studying or reading. Like, I was just one of those kids that I just stayed up really late, or listening to music, all kinds of stuff. And then I had to get up at 6, and so I built a really bad habit. But I've always had 6 hours of sleep, and so I thought maybe I am one of those few people that just lives on less hours of sleep. And I never really, like, I never suffered. Like, I had really good grades. Like, I graduated, like, the top, like, 4% of my school. Like, I did really well. I did really great in college. So like, and I was still doing 6 hours of sleep. So I thought, maybe I'm just one of those weirdos. But now I'm like struggling to sleep more, or I'm struggling with fatigue a lot. But the only thing that's changed is I have a new medication. But now my doctor's like, well, maybe it's sleep apnea. Let's go ahead and get you checked. And I'm like, really? Sleep what? So I have a sleep study scheduled for that. Well, we're gonna check for other things other than sleep apnea, but we're gonna check for that too. Because if that's the case, I mean, because I used to sleep really good. It's only been in like the last couple of years that I've not been sleeping well. And I've always also been like, I've typically been the type of person where if I get like more than 7 hours, I feel awful. Like, I feel really bad. Like, I feel like I feel more tired. You know what I mean? But I don't know. So that's why I'm gonna go see a specialist about it. I'm really lucky to have like good insurance, so I can go see doctors and stuff if I need to. But now, like, when I wake up, my throat is so dry. And sometimes I'll wake up like gasping, like I've been choked. So, which the doctor's like, yeah, that could be sleep apnea. So, and I'm like, well, you know, like, what would cause that if that's what it is? And like, it could be a lot of things. It could be stress. It could be like the weight that you've gained in the last couple years due to like your insulin resistance. So like it could be a lot of different things. Yeah. So we're gonna do one of those like at-home sleep study things where basically they just give me this like machine to wear when I sleep. And then it collects the data and it sends it to the doctors. That way I can just sleep at home versus having to like go to like a specialty center. Yeah, I would have the same thing basically. I'd have like if that is what it is, and like the sleep specialist, like when I met them the first time, they're pretty sure that that's what it is. So I'm gonna go pick up the equipment next week, so I can do like the study. Yeah, I've got like a bunch of people in my family have sleep apnea, but it's because of their weight. And that would definitely be the case for me too. But like my weight isn't because I eat too much. Like I'm not even pre-diabetic, and I have insulin resistance. It's just hormone issues. So if we can get that under control, then I can get my weight under control. But until I get my insulin resistance and PCOS under control, it's going to be really, really hard to lose weight. Alright, let me see. I forgot what her glove looked like. Okay, so it's thumb to middle finger. Got it. Yeah, all my friends have said that the mask really, really helps. Like I didn't even realize how badly I was sleeping until I got the mask. So I'm really optimistic that, you know, if that is the case, then I'll finally be able to like sleep better for the first time in my life. Or maybe not my life, but like in a while, because it's been a long time since I've like really felt rested from sleep. And I've been like living on caffeine as a result. There was one at one point I was on such an unhealthy level of like caffeine. I'm a little embarrassed to say how much I was taking each day. And my doctor basically looked at me and goes, "You are going to like die of a heart attack taking that much caffeine." I'm like, "Really?" They're like, "Yeah." That's not healthy, bro. And I'm like, "But I have to work. I have basically 2 jobs." And they're like, "Well, why do you work 2 jobs?" And I'm like, "You did not ask me that." This was a different doctor, but I'm like, "Bro, why do you think I'm working 2 jobs? Because it's fun?" The answer is yes. The answer is yes. Because I consider art a job. It's a job for, not in the sense of like, ew, a job. It's just, you know, like the art is the job that I really, like that would be like my long-term career. You know what I mean? Keep forgetting that I always have given Rin such blocky fingers, even though she's female. It is! It's a lot of work. Any tips for, oh man, I have had so many questions about that. My general advice, well, They basically tell you exactly what they're looking for, like in the portfolio review. But let me just like take a look at the requirements just to make sure like I'm saying the right things. Let me actually see what Viz is asking for, really quickly. Oh, I just need to find Hisashi-san because he almost like never tweets, so it's always easy to find stuff. Oh, I hope if I spell Hisashi right. Here we go. Let me look specifically at what it says, just real quick. So, when we're looking at like the specific requirements for what Viz says, you need to have thumbnails finished or unfinished of your original one-shot manga and include inked samples of your art, story synopsis, and creator bio. The thumbnails can be a work in progress. So my basic feedback here is make sure you have a finished story, because that's what they tell you, right? Like, follow the instructions as clearly as possible. Add no more, add no less. You know, if you're gonna add anything else more, like, it would be like, you know, like character shots. Because that's the one thing that I don't see in here, is I see, like, original one-shot manga, ink samples of your artwork, that one of the things that I always sent Hisashi-san when I did my name, or when I sent him my name, is I sent him like updated character artwork. So that would be one thing that I might add, is like on the very last page, like after your story is done, I would add like a character artwork. I can show you guys like what I would send to him if that's helpful. So let me bring that up really quick. So that would be Dropbox Onami. Dropbox Onami. Like, I'll send you like an example of like stuff I used to send him, just so you guys can see what I would send, if that's helpful. Come on, Dropbox. I know you can do it. You're a big baby, but I believe in you. I don't know why Dropbox is giving me trouble today. Why are you doing this? Bro, come on. Hang on, guys. I'm waiting for Dropbox to load. I don't know why it's, like, not wanting to load for me now. You're an embarrassment, Dropbox. Is it down or something? For real, you piece of shit. God damn you. It must be Dropbox, because Google Drive literally loads basically instantly. I don't have the patience to wait 10 freaking minutes for it to load. I just don't have the patience for that anymore. Okay, it's not showing. Okay, I could have sworn that was in here. Search and drive, Onami. Concepts. Okay, yeah. Okay, this will work. Yep, here we go. Okay, so I'll show you guys this folder here. So let me switch over to my internet. Okay. So basically, like when I ignore this one, like this one's not accurate. So basically, like this is the type of stuff that I can't see you guys in this. Let me move this down here because I can't see you guys. Okay. So basically, like these were like when I would send him sketches and stuff. Like this is basically like some of the stuff that I sent him on the first round. So like this was my first sketch. And then like my first version of the cover that I had. Obviously, I have like a really different version now. But this is the type of stuff that I sent him when I sent thumbnails and sketches. You know, like my name is kind of what I sent him. Like he told me that these were like too detailed. He's like, you're doing way too much detail, and I'm like, okay. But when I did like the initial character sketches, well, this was the second round of sketches. Now that I think about it, because she has the tail here. So this is the second round of sketches. The first time I sent him artwork, she didn't have a tail. And so like he gave me feedback on that. And so that would be my only suggestion as far as like what to do differently. If you're gonna send stuff like this, make sure your text is really clean and easy to read. I would type it out, just because, like, if you remember, like, Hisashi-san's first language isn't English. Like, he's really, really capable in English, but I'm sure he would appreciate it if it's really clean and typed out. Plus, you know, anyone else... Oh, I just realized you guys can't see everything. I just realized that, sorry. He probably would really appreciate it if, like, everything was, like, clean and typed out. That way it's all, like, super easy to read. So, like, my stuff was really, really rough. But yeah, so, like, for character art and stuff, I basically just had, like, I had some sketches, I had, you know, like a full body, and then I had, like, some headshots, like, what he looks like from the back, the original little clay form, and then, like, after he obtains the pearl, like, what does he look like, so, and then for this sheet, I basically, like, like, Mother, which is Jum, like, Pon's mom, she doesn't show up that much, in the manga, so I only did, like, one drawing of her. But I wanted to have, like, a basic idea of, like, what Oma looks like in this form and what she looks like in this form. And then I just, like, hand wrote, like, little notes. And I added, you know, because I know Japanese, I added, like, pronunciations of everyone's name. Just, I technically wrote this one wrong. But I think he knew what I meant. But yeah. So that's what I did, is I just, like, I would send him stuff that looks like this, really, like, really, really, really rough, right? And, like, this is what Pon's gonna look like in Godsbane, and I told him when I sent the original sketches that Pon is part of my Godsbane world, like, they're all the same universe, and so for him it was nice to know, like, oh, hey, this is a character that, like, you've already spent a lot of time with and you're already really familiar with this character, but it's also a weakness. So he was able to give me feedback on, like, all of these sketches and stuff. So that would be my only suggestion, because if we look here, it says that, like, B18, if you need to have thumbnails, finished or unfinished, of your manga. The last part here, though, is it says, like, they will not review text only. So as long as, like, they're readable thumbnails, it sounds like he's okay with it. Just make sure you have all of the pages, like, thumbnailed out at minimum. So, no, they're not. These are really, really messy boards. These are not clean boards at all. Like, this, like each of these pages maybe took me, like, a few minutes. You know, that's why I was trying to find, like, an older version, because, like, these are newer ones. But I was trying to find, like, let's see if I can find them. Yeah, these are like from the 2020 version, but I can't seem to. Oh, here's how they start out. Like, this is how they originally started out, was just on paper, was stuff like this. So, but this is the sketches that I did for the 2020 version. So let me see if I can get Dropbox to load so I can show you more. See if it'll. Okay, maybe Dropbox was just having a bad day. I think Dropbox was just having a bad day. Okay, here we go. Yeah, Dropbox is just being a grouch. I'll show you, like, some more of the actual, like, thumbnails and stuff. Dun, dun. Okay, here was the one that got me approved. If you guys want to see these. So, in terms of the ones that finally got me approved. Now, these are more detailed because I'd redrawn some of these so many times and I was just kind of, like, starting to add more detail to them. Oopsie. Oh, this is, yeah, okay, so this is the PDF. Here we go. This will probably be better. Anyway. So here's the PDF. Whoopsie, let me do this. Oh, it's not gonna work. Alright, give me one sec, guys. Now you can actually see the PDF. So, when I send him my stuff, I send him, like, 2-page spreads. So basically what I would do, if you guys notice, like with Godsbane, like when I'm drawing, I always draw 2 pages at a time. When I do my boards, I'm always doing that as well. And so when I export my thumbnails, he actually asked me if I would do this, if I would like export them as 2-page spreads. That way he has like less paper to print, because he prints them out. He doesn't like review them. At least when he does my reviews. I don't know what he does for the online portfolio reviews, but when he does mine, he just prints them out as is. And so, but yeah, when I do my roughs, like this is basically what I do. Like, if you saw this page, and then you saw, like, how detailed the final versions were, like, just to give you from a reference, I'll show you, like, the final one. It's like, oh, that's the wrong... Oopsie. It's this one. This one. It's like, here's the final one. And then, like, here's what the rough looked like. Very, very different pages. So they don't need to have to be, and I changed a lot too, like notice how, like, this page looks, and then look at the next one here. Oops, this way. Like, I ended up adding in, like, an extra, like, panel here. Because it was just this one, and so I added in an extra panel of, like, him struggling to get up. And then, like, I showed him here instead, because I wanted to show his reaction to what just happened. Versus this one, which, like, you know, we can't see his reaction, like, at all here. So, like, even if you, like, do, like, your roughs and stuff, like, you don't have to commit to them. Like, you can always change them later. I just had to communicate that to him. So, but basically, yeah, like, I would send him stuff like this, and he would approve it. I mean, look at how messy, like, this one is right here. Where it's just, like, a face. Just looks like a goofy face. Same here, like that, like, this character and this character are the same character. Can you believe, like, all three of these, they are the same character. So, you can, like, look, there's no even, like, it's just, like, a loose shape of what, like, and this is Oma right here. So, like, sometimes I had to, like, write in the name of the character. So, like, yeah, to kind of show, like, what it actually was. And even here, like, this is just a literal stick figure. But this was my this was, like, my third set of sketches. Yeah. Yeah, this was my third set of sketches that I sent him. So by then, like, he had a pretty good idea of, like, how to read my scribble. But he's also been an editor for a really long time. I mean, look at this one. I'll show you this spread just for funsies. So, like, look at this, right? It's just a literal scribble. But when we look at the final page, that would be... Okay, brain. I think I ended up doing this one instead. Yeah, I ended up zooming in on her instead. And this is, like, when he gets grabbed, right? Oh wait, no, this is when, okay, after he crushes it. Okay. Helps if I have the right panel open. This one. So this is what I did instead. Like, I had her, like, copying, like, hey, good, like, well done, good job. Then he lands, and then, like, phew, like, it goes right back to his hand. You know, so I ended up cutting this down to 2 panels, zoomed in here, and changed that. So, yeah, you can change things later, you know, like, you don't necessarily have to stick to it. Like, you can see here I even left in the blue sketches sometimes by accident. So, yeah. This was one of my favorite pages. Because Pon pouts. And I had such a hard time drawing his pouting that I ended up completely changing the page because I had such a hard time with it. This is what it ended up looking like. Like, he ended up having him just, like, covering up his face. Because I just gave up drawing, and I'm like, nope, let me just zoom out a bit and, like, show their whole bodies, because I want to show, like, their body language, and then I just, like, re-emphasize the body language in this one, which I think I had in the original one. Yeah, here it was just this, so we couldn't really see their body language that much, but I really wanted Pon to look upset, and so, like, I had him, like, leaning forward, like, making himself small, you know, that kind of stuff. So, completely trying to close himself off from her, that kind of body language. So, yeah. Hope that was helpful. yeah, that would, I guess to summarize my advice, I would just I feel like the instructions they give are pretty clear. I would just maybe include like some sketches at minimum of your characters in the back, like the very last page. Oh yeah, duh, that's what I was gonna show you guys. Sorry, one more thing. So let me go back. One more thing. Yeah, end of the PDF. So at the end of the PDF is when I included the character art. So like, here's the last page. And this was like a bonus sketch that I had. I really liked the two different covers. So here was this one that was like all shaded and stuff. And then since I had like an extra page at the end, I let them know, hey, like here's the original drawing. Do you want me to like color it and everything? So this was actually going to be the original cover, but I decided not to go with this cover for whatever reason, and I made a completely new one, and then I just had like the character art at the end, because I wanted this to be on a 2-page spread, so I just kind of had this empty page sitting here. But yeah, so like I just included the character art at the end, and you can see here that she doesn't have a tail. And his feedback to me after this was the last one that I sent in. His feedback to me was, I want her shape to be a little bit more interesting. Like, he liked the tail, I got rid of it. But he's like, no, like, go ahead and add her tail in. Because if you notice through these, she doesn't have the tail. If I, like, double back and check. Yeah, she doesn't have the tail in any of these sketches. Yeah, she's got no tail. I took the tail out, and he's like, no, put the tail back. And I'm like, okay. So, yeah. So I wouldn't, and I did really clean art because this was like my 3rd time sending this to him. So I was like, I'm just gonna clean up the character art a little bit each time as I feel like I get to know my characters better. So I don't think it has to be clean like this. I think just having it loose and rough like the first set that I showed you is fine. That would be, yeah, so yeah, that's my advice. Take it easy. Yeah, I understand. Dad duty is way more important. Take it easy, EJ. I've had a lot of people reaching out to me asking for feedback or like advice on submitting. And I'm really honored that people respect my weird-ass opinions. Bye, Comic Man. Have a good night. Take it easy. Yeah, we're at about 2 hours. I'm getting a little tired too, but I want to try to get this panel done first. Still need to make dinner. Half of me just wants to skip dinner altogether, but I really shouldn't go without eating dinner. If I don't have dinner, then I can go to bed on time. But if I get the sketch done, I can have dinner and get this work done. So, just gonna keep working, I guess. Yeah, for sure. Global Comics is nice because, I mean, you're completely in control when it comes to, like, monetization, what pages are monetized, how you monetize it, when you monetize it, if you monetize it, and if it's not monetized, like, you don't have, like, a penalty for not monetizing it. Like, we don't favor one or the other. You know, every creator has the right to choose, you know, what they want to do with their stuff, and we want to respect that. So, I mean, the only time we would, like, favor one over the other is if we're, like, specifically looking for a list that has, like, paid comics on it. But we also have specific lists that are free, so, you know, we don't, like, go, oh gosh, like, you're not monetizing your comic, we're gonna never promote you. Like, we don't do that. And I know because I'm the one that makes a lot of, like, I'm the one that chooses a lot of the stuff that gets featured. So I would know. I don't do all of the promos, but I do some of them. If you ever have questions about Global Comics, just feel free to send me a message or DM or leave me a comment somewhere, and I can get back to you about it. So, if you have my social media, which is on like my community page or my about page on my YouTube channel, all of my active social media is there, so you can find me there too. I think I also have them in my video descriptions, so if you need them, they're there. Yeah, just send me a message or send Global Comics a message, you know, and I mean, I'll likely be the one responding, not always, but I'm usually the one responding, so I'll be able to answer any questions you got. No pressure, take your time. Probably take this below a little bit. What was my intention here? Clean this up. Thank you everyone that's liked the video, I appreciate it. Alright. Not gonna worry. That's roughly where her elbow would go. So this would go up here. I'm not gonna worry too much about that because I know it'll crop correctly. This Clip Studio never lets me down. Alright, this is her back, so I don't need those lines. Clip Studio was certainly never let me down. Bum, 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 bum. Alright, I think I've got this cleaned up. Oh, almost. Forgot this part here. I got a question. Let's see. Gab has a question. Do I have to worry about censorship for publishing on... It depends. What do you mean by censorship? So, Alright, so I'm going into customer service mode. So, when it comes to like what we allow on Global Comics, for the majority, stuff like gore and violence, whatever is okay. Just when it gets into the territory of like gratuitous violence, like violence for the sake of violence, or violence that is like extremely demeaning or hateful against like other races, other like religions, you know, that type of thing. Like that's where we'll draw the line. Also, you know, like no minors and sexual things, like that kind of stuff. So like it really depends on like what it is and what the context is. The context the context matters more than like generally what's going on. So it would really depend. Yeah. I mean, if you want to create a separate vertical scroll one, you can. A lot of creators do. A lot of creators will have like their traditional version, and then they'll upload like a second series that's like the vertical version. I always think that's a good idea because then you're giving like all of your readers the choice to like which format they want. I will eventually, as much as I hate to do it, I will eventually be making a vertical version of Godsbane. I know like I feel like I know how to make a vertical version. I just don't like doing it. Just don't like doing it. Because I personally don't like reading in vertical. So like I don't like making it. So I don't know if I'm actually good at it. But I want to have like a lot more done before like I like, you know, make that commitment. You know what I mean? So, but I feel like it's always good to give readers the choice, and that's what I want to do for my readers. Is I want to give them the choice in which way they read. But Gabba, if you want to, like if you want to like send me examples, let me send you the Global Comics email if you want. Well, I'll send you here's the Global Comics email. So, if you want to, you can send us like samples of if you have like images already. If you want to send images that you already have to that email, we can take a look at it for you and say yay or nay. If you want to, I believe you have me in Discord. If you want to just send them to me in Discord too, that's perfectly fine. I don't mind doing that. That's one reason why like my DMs are open in Discord. So if you want to send them to me there, that's okay. I perfectly understand. If you want to just send them to me on Twitter, that's fine too. But if you would rather like do it over email, that way it's like the official Global Comics like contact email, that's also an option, and I'd be happy to like get back to you. Or Kevin might, but because he's most likely going to be out tomorrow, it probably would be me. So, and customer service mode. Yeah, context matters. That's the short answer. I mean, but you can have stuff like violence, like for example, like in my manga, like with Godsbane, on like literally the very next page, someone gets an arrow to the face. Like I'm just being honest. Like he literally gets like shot with an arrow to the face. There's a couple other like some other stuff that happens in Godsbane is like people get their like throats slit, or there's like people that get eyeballs gouged out, they get burned alive. Like there's some pretty messed up stuff that happens in Godsbane. That's why I keep telling people it's not a happy story. Yeah, no worries. Take your time. There's no pressure with that. And if you ever like forget the email and like need to ask me what it is, just let me know on social media. Just reach out to me on socials and I'll let you know. I'm literally because I'm community manager, or I'm one of the community managers. I shouldn't say I'm community manager. I'm one of the community managers, because technically Kevin's also community manager. He's actually director of community, so he's my boss. But like that's part of what we do is like literally helping creators like get the success that they want, and so part of that means answering questions. So like I know I am a creator can't talk today. True, I am a creator, but I'm also a community manager too. Like my job is to be here, help you guys, answer questions, that kind of stuff. It's like, never hesitate to reach out to me for global comic stuff. That is quite literally what they pay me for. It's like, never hesitate. There's the only, and I'll leave it this, the only dumb question is the one you don't ask, because then you never get the answer. So that's my philosophy. Normally I would take a break because it's been an hour, but I didn't spend that whole hour drawing, so I'm not going to take a break. I don't know about you guys, I'm getting a little tired of the music. I'm gonna switch the music. Oh, this one is not playing for whatever reason. Okay. That's fine. We will play a different one instead. Okay, cool. I just put Adrian Von Ziegler on, and I put it on shuffle, so it's more variety. Make her eye smaller. Let me see. So I want her to look really excited, like she's anticipating it. Ren is wild. Oh, this was a short vest. Oh, that's right. This was a really short vest, wasn't it? Forgot this was her short vest. Do you have a favorite video game soundtrack? Okami. I definitely love the game Okami. I could listen to that one for hours, and I do. But I can't play it during stream. I wish I could. Yo, I am so excited for when that Okami game comes out. I am absolutely playing Okami once the new one comes out. Abso-freaking-lutely. I'm a little worried though that it'll come out on like the new Switch, and like I'm not gonna be able to, like I'd have to buy a new Switch to be able to play it. But I'd really love to play the new game on stream, Because I played the original one to death. I had multiple memory cards full of save files. Because I loved it so much. I think it's leaked. I don't know. Oh, yeah, they did release the trailer. Yeah, there's gonna be they're just calling it Switch 2. Just Switch 2 is what they're calling it. Yeah, I think someone leaked it, and so then they ended up just posting the official trailer. I'm sort of sad that this is how you found out. You found out from me, and I'm not even a gamer. And that's the thing, is I'm not a huge game player. I will go out of my way for Okami though. Absolutely. I will go out of my way for Okami. Yeah, I have no plans on getting the original Switch or the new Switch, because I already have a Switch Lite and like a regular Switch, and in the commercial it does say that that the game should be backwards compatible. So I'm optimistic that Okami 2 will be available on the original Switch. So if I have to get the new Switch, I will see and wait if it's on Steam, because I have Steam and I definitely don't mind playing it on my PC. Like, I'm not getting a Switch 2 just for Okami. Yeah, I'm not a gamer at all. I don't really enjoy playing games that much, to be completely honest. I am the worst gamer in the world. Which is funny, because a lot of artists are also gamers. And I'm not. I actively avoid games as much as possible. And it's not because I don't like them necessarily. It's, I know I will get addicted to the game. I know myself well enough that if I play the game, that I will not get anything done. Like, at least I'm honest with myself about that. Unlike other people. I'm not like other gamers. I will absolutely get addicted. That happened when I got Scarlet. I was so happy to finally play Pokemon again that I got no drawing done over that winter break. I got so little drawing done. So I know myself well enough. But I also wanted to actually have a winter break, so that's why I did it, is I allowed myself to actually have a winter break. But normally, I stay away from games. Or if I'm in a time where I need to be productive. And with my luck, it'll debut around the same time I'm trying to get my new one-shot done. With my luck, that's what's gonna happen. And my luck is not very good. Do you guys have like a favorite game soundtrack? I should definitely ask you guys also. What is your guys' favorite OST? Oh, there's a reason I haven't started. Yeah, same. Tears of the Kingdom. Yep. I haven't even gone through Twilight Princess yet. That's how far behind I am. I haven't even played Twilight Princess. Like, I played everything before Twilight Princess, but I've not played anything after. I've not played Twilight Princess or later, because like, I know, and now the backlog of like Zelda games that I need to play is so large that I've just given up on the franchise. I've just given up. Because I don't have time in my life now for games. Yeah, I used to be super addicted to Okami. When I was in like my last year of high school, basically any time that I wasn't doing homework, or not last year of high school, I would say, well, yeah, it was last year of high school, because I had my own little TV in my own room, and so I would play that a lot. Basically, anytime like I wasn't like at school or that I wasn't doing homework, I was playing Okami, because it was like the only thing that gave me peace. So. I only got to play those older games when I went to my cousin's house, but I've played all of them to some, like, I've not finished them all, but I've at least, like, played a little bit of them. So, a lot of them I'm familiar with, I've just maybe not finished them, because I never had them myself. But I've done gameplay of them enough to know, like, what they're basically like. But Okami is the only one that I've really played to death. And I'm making a manga for it, too. Like, I'm basically gonna take the storyline and make a manga out of it. Your pack stamina has replenished. Let's see. Some of the game I do get to play the game. If I'm going to slap down all-time faves, I've wanted to play Symphony of Night for so long. I've wanted to play that game forever, and I've never gotten the chance to play it. I'm not even sure what console it's on nowadays. But I've always wanted to play that, like, ever since, like, the initial, Castlevania show came out, I've wanted to, like, go play the original Castlevania games. I played one of them. I forget which one it was. But my friends have always said that Symphony of the Night is the better one, like, of, like, I guess all of them. And so that's the one they'll, like, they're like, if you can get a copy of this, make sure you play it. But I've just never gotten a copy of it. But also, I'm afraid to go get a copy of it because I don't want to buy it. Because if I buy it, then I feel obligated to play it. You know what I mean? So I've just not, like, done my research on it. But yeah, everyone recommends that one to me. I feel like her ear's too far back. Oh, it absolutely is. Now that I'm looking at it. Hang on, let me add some guidelines to see where it should be. Let me make this. Her ear is way too far back. Ooh, Ratchet and Clank was a good one too. I love watching Let's Plays of that one. Yeah, her ear is way too far back. I think the head is too big too, because it's not quite square. So I'm just gonna... Normally the ear should be all the way up here. So then let's do this instead. Let's do this later. No, I think it's just, I didn't, but if I move the ear, then it looks really weird. So. Alright, and then I'll move this separately, because I don't think it needs to move as much. There, that way it just fits within the square. So what I'm gonna need to do is then do this. I think the neck was fine. Her ear's really big though. I didn't realize how big her ears were. It's fine. It's whatever. Because on the cover they look a lot smaller. Well, okay, maybe not. Maybe they don't. Alright, I gotta clean this up. It's a bit much. I just realized I have my loop 1 on again. I was like, why do I keep hearing the same song again? There we go. It just skips to like whatever. There we go. Alright, let's turn the sketch off. So now we've got this issue here. I have to use the cleanup for this. Something like that. I feel like it's just the lines are too thick here, and that's why they look so bizarre. This is too far back too. Oh, that's not gonna work. Oh, so yeah, I just need to redraw this. Why did we get, like, super dramatic music? I mean, that's not dramatic, but okay. That's a very different vibe. I can redraw it, I just go. Need to move her iris a little bit more forward. Yeah, yeah, soap opera. Yeah, that was the vibe it gave me too. There, I want her to show a little bit more teeth. Now I'm just nitpicking it. I absolutely love this artist. He's got such amazing variation in the music that he creates. He's got like something for everything. He's got like every mood covered. I like to feel like there's motion. So I don't want one line by itself. see. Let me see if my old eraser tools still work. Oh, I read it all wrong here. Classic me. Not forgetting to draw a whole ass line like that. Could never be me. Let's see if my cool eraser still works. I've tried to get cleaner with my liner over the years though. I'm not sure if it'll work, but let's try it. Yeah, looks like it still works. That's cool. It's gonna be harder for smaller areas. The problem is I don't close up my lines too much, and so this tool isn't super useful for me by the nature of like the drawing that I do. So I end up having to spend time fixing it, so it's just not worth it to me. I guess I could erase the gap. Oh, that helped a little bit. Kick that thing up to 90. So that's the problem that I have with my liner is like I don't clean it up that much. So when I have gaps like this, it messes it up. I end up having to fix it. Looks like it did a pretty good job. Let's test it over here. See how good it is now. Oh, it's called the Erase Along Edge tool. Here I'll show you the. Here you go. So it's just called Erase Along Edge. It's a tool that you can download from the asset store. So see now when I come in here, it like looks for my lines and stuff. Yeah. Oh, I messed it up here. Yep, it's just a specialized brush that I downloaded. I didn't realize that I could just kick the tolerance up and it would work, because I've been complaining about that for years. So here, I'll show you. So like, watch. If I now come in here, see, look, like it's over the line and it's not like messing it up. Basically what you do is, I have a, here, let me just bring this all the way out. I'll show you how this works. So here's my liner layer. Basically what I did is sorry. I'm just trying to adjust this so you can actually see what I'm doing. So I have my line art layer, the layer that has all my line art, and then what you do is you go to your line art layer and there's this little like lighthouse icon, which means like you're setting the layer to reference. You set your line art layer to be your reference layer, and then you have like your fill on a separate layer, right? And you just go to your fill and it'll like, so since, notice there's a gap here. See how there's like, oops, this way. there's a gap here. Like, if you have any, like, breaks in your line art, it'll mess it up a little. So usually what I'll do instead is I'll just, like, make the brush a little smaller. And that usually fixes it. It still messes up a little bit, so it's not like a perfect tool, but it definitely makes a lot of it faster. Like, look how quickly I cleaned that up. It's magic. I'm curious to see how it'll do over here. Oh wow. Yeah, it did a really bad job over here because it's all open. Like, they're all like closed lines. Yeah. Yeah, it's really good for like doing like a quick erase, and then like in this area here, like you can go in and you can like just clean up some of the weird spots. It's still faster than doing it all by hand, so it's not a perfect tool, but it's pretty good. Yeah. Yeah, it's really good. Like I said, it's not perfect, but it is a pretty good job. Something like this, I would probably have to clean up manually like that. Or I could just do my liner better. But that is so much effort. Can't be bothered to just make cleaner artwork. I'm gonna refill this area in down here though, because this is all like, it's gonna get cropped right here anyway. So let me see how I feel if I actually close this off though. I actually kind of like that better. I just don't like how there's a tangent right here. Kind of like that better, not gonna lie. Just maybe move it more this way. I don't know if I like this being right here at the corner. I kind of wanted this to be really long, but let me see how I feel about it being short. I actually like that better. It feels like the moment is quicker. That's too much. Yeah, it's made my life so much easier, especially with like my super messy line art that I have. Because going in and manually using the like lasso, because there's the lasso fill as well. So this is a separate tool called the lasso fill. But what's really neat is if you turn the lasso fill onto clear, it also erases. So I've just been doing that for a really long time, and then I found the like erase along edge tool, and that's really helped. Just like flat faster. For sure, absolutely. It has made my life so much easier. clip. Come on. Clip is giving me an attitude right now. I'm grabbing a reference really quick. Okay, that's some idea. Alright, let me find what panel I can, or let's see. I might be able to do this with a tone. I might have to manually do it though. I don't want to have to manually do it, but I could if I had to. Yeah, I might have to manually do this. Yeah, that sucks. I don't think I have any, like, real maybe. Let me just see how this looks, just to see if it's the effect that I want. And then I'll manually remake it myself. It'd be roughly something like that. But with like actual lines. Or maybe... something like that, but with like actual lines. So I'll minimize that. I have some, let me just see if I can make my life a little bit easier and not have to like manually do all of those. I really don't want to have to draw all of them. Alright, bye Timothy, take it easy. Yeah, Clip Studio's just being a baby. Yeah, it's because I have the I have a bunch of vector layers on right now, so I'm gonna rasterize them so that they'll actually like. Oh, I see. It's because I've got this on. There we go. That's interesting. Well, I'm gonna rasterize them then if they're gonna give me attitude. That way they aren't a smart layer anymore. Rank up the color thresholds. Miso, leave me alone! Stop it! Miso, it is not even close to bedtime, honey. I love you, but please stop. Why is it not showing up? What is going on here? I'll try rasterizing it, see if that helps. I can't see it. What is going on here? God damn. Clip Studio's giving me all kinds of sass today. Oh, this is a smart layer. Okay, well, why can't I rotate it? It's a smart layer, why can't I rotate it? Okay, yeah, this is the one I was looking for, because it has my, my rulers attached to it. That way, like, I've, like, started it in advance. I knew I had one somewhere. This is what I was looking for. I knew I had one somewhere. Okay. This way I can finish manually drawing it myself. Oh, I do need to... contain it to... There we go. I just get to manually do this for the next couple hours. Oh shit, I didn't angle it correct, did I? It's okay, I can you know, it's okay. I can rotate it later, it's not a huge deal. Oh, you know what, it is gonna matter though. It is gonna matter. Shit, I gotta do that now. Gotta rotate it now. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Appreciate the subscription. Woo! Thank you, thank you. Oh, I love seeing all those emojis. Thank you, thank you. How are you doing today? I think I missed the name. Let me grab your name really quick. I'm so sorry. It, like, for whatever reason, my viewer activity isn't telling me what your name was. I'm so sorry. Let me manually look at it. I can bring it up on my phone and, like, backtrack a few. For whatever reason, my viewer activity isn't telling me what your name was. I'm so sorry. Let me grab your name. I want to make sure I thank you correctly. Come on. It's not. Deshaun Apple? I can't read it very well. I'm so sorry. Deshaun, either way, Deshaun, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate it. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Yeah, for whatever reason, like, it didn't even show up in my activity, because normally it'll tell me the name of someone. I'm so sorry about that, but thank you for subscribing. I appreciate you. So much I went to go look so I can make sure that I thanked you properly. Always appreciate a new sub. I've been getting a lot of new subs lately. I think it's because people are excited for the podcast that's coming up. Alright, we've hit the 3-hour mark, y'all. I guess I may need to call it a night here soon. I'll try to get a little bit more done before I call it, because I need to make myself dinner. Only got an hour left of awake time, and I still need to eat. I really shouldn't skip dinner. Just because I can doesn't mean I should. I don't even know if this looks any good. Let me see what it looks like if I clean it up. And then just use like for the shading. I can always make a second set of lines. What do you guys think? Do you think it'll be worth all that effort? Or do you think it would be better to like slap like a gray over it? Well, I don't know. That's the thing, is I don't know. I'm experimenting. Like, I don't know what I want to do with it. So the problem is when I made these sketches the last time, or when I made these pages the last time, this panel didn't exist. So I didn't do like a proper like set of thumbnails for this, or for this particular panel. It's like one of those weird panels I didn't do like a proper one for. So what I'm thinking of doing, just to like do like a really quick one, is I want to show like the effect of the arrow shooting forward. And so I'm trying to create like a feeling of that, like a speed feeling moving forward, I guess is what I'm trying to create. Because she's standing still, but the arrow is moving, so like I need to do something. So I'm trying to figure out like what I want to do for that. So I was gonna put in the smaller speed lines first, and then I was gonna do like bigger ones like this later. You know, to try to maybe like, and then add in like lighter lines too. To like help with like the feeling of like zipping forward, I guess. I don't know. I'm not really sure what I want. Because the arrow would have gone like this. I'm having a hard time figuring out what I want to do. Cause I can't do it like from her face. Like I can't do that, so I have to do the backside. So, yeah. Maybe something like this, maybe. But see, that looks way too garish for me. Maybe it's just that the lines are too thick. Something like that, maybe? I think the problem is the lines where that's supposed to be representative of, like, the bowstring. I feel like it's the problem. Because now the motion feels a little bit better, but I wanted, like, the bowstring to also have its own motion. But it clashes with the speed lines. Whoops. So that's why I was only doing the darker ones. Like, I wasn't going to do the ones on top. So I'm trying to figure out how I want to shade this, because the idea that I had isn't working out. Well, I'm not done with the speed lines. I'm not saying they're done. I'm trying to figure out, like, an idea of, like, what type of effect I want. I'm not worried about making it look finished right now. I'm trying to figure out what type of effect do I want. Because I didn't plan it in sketching phase, I'm not gonna, like, go through, all the way and finish an effect, especially something like hatching, like speed lines, that takes for effing ever. Like, I'm not gonna go through the whole process and then decide I don't like it. I'm not doing that. So that's why I'm trying to figure out now if it looks good or not. I know sometimes you just gotta trust the process, but I ain't got fucking time to trust the process with shit like that. So I guess this would be more of what the effect would look like, to give, like, a simulation of, like, what I was thinking of. It's more like what I was thinking. So yeah, something like this is more what I was thinking. So I don't want to go through and manually do it if I'm just gonna hate it in the end. So I'm trying to simulate it instead. But I don't know if I like this. Because of these stupid bow lines. Like, I want the bow lines in there. And because you see how boring it looks with nothing there? Like, it looks so boring. Like, it doesn't look like she's holding anything. So I'm trying to figure out, because the problem is they're perpendicular angles, and so it's, like, messing with the motion. Like, do you see what I mean? Yeah. There's, like, one action, like, they're both going the same direction, just one's vertical and one's horizontal. And so I'm trying to figure out how I want to balance the two, I guess, is what I'm saying. I don't know how to balance them. This might be one of those things where I need to walk away, and come back with a clear head because I'm tired and I'm hungry. So this might be one of those situations. I'm gonna see if maybe adding in a mid-tone will help control the silhouette a bit better. I wonder if I put... Yeah, I'm kind of wondering if, like, that's the issue. I'm gonna add a second one. I'm going to select this. I'm going to expand the selection. Expand. I'll do it by 5. See if that's enough. Oh, hell no, it's not enough. It's not near enough. File. Actually, I should be able to just move the selection. Well, fuck. How do I want to do this? Because I just have to keep expanding it until it fits. So let me do 25. Make a new mask. Temporarily move this one somewhere else. Okay. Yeah, but now you can't see your hand. Maybe I could do just two separate ones. That way this one's on her hand. Duplicate it. This sounds like fucking circus music. I don't do circus music. Now I can just go in and delete this. I don't like that either. Let's move this forward. Just a little bit darker. And then yeah, I might need to sleep on this one and see how I feel about it. The problem I'm running into is it goes into her eye. And now I can't see where her shoulder is. Oh, that actually looks kind of neat, just having it be like solid black. But that way we can still see the shape. Oh, did I seriously put this on my... I did, that's actually funny. I think the problem is these lines here. Oh, what layer is that? I get to play the what layer is this game, you guys. What layer is this? Ooh. Oh my god, what layer is it? Oh my god, bruh. I love that for me. I need to like make that a thing, like, hey guys, let's play the what layer is this game. Okay, I think let me see how this is done, because I've seen this in Inuyasha with Kikyo, when she's fired her bow sometimes. Kikyo. So that's the effect I was trying to do. And it's done really, really well. I'm trying to remember which panel, like, when that happened. It was such a cool effect. I really liked it. And that's like what I was like hoping to replicate. Maybe I'm imagining it, because I can't find it, so I clearly must be imagining this. This panel, like, doesn't actually exist, I guess. I could have sworn that I had this panel saved so that I could reference it in the future. I must be imagining it. Alright, I'm going crazy. Not that I didn't know that. Yeah, I cannot find it. I must be going wild. Damn. I'm losing it, you guys. That's okay. Because I thought it was right at the beginning when Kikyo, like, seals Inuyasha to the tree. I feel like that's something, like, why would I remember that if it didn't happen? Weird. No. I must be imagining it. Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can maybe make them a little smaller, so maybe they're not so large. Maybe that's the issue. Or maybe it's like the thickness of the lines. Maybe I can line them up a bit better so that they feel like it's more of like a... Yeah, let me see if I can line them up a bit better. Yeah, you know what effect I'm trying to get. I think maybe this needs to be moved. This can be put up... Oh, F you. This can be moved up here. And then I can have something here to show that that way they're not crossing each other. See, that's the... Yeah, I think that was the issue, was the lines that were going, because now that it's in there again, I don't like it. What if... Yeah, see, maybe that's why it looked so bizarre. See how that clashes that motion? Ugh. Well, there's another way to show stuff like that. It's by adding, like, I call it leave behind. Like, the dust or debris, like, or, like, something insinuating that something moved really quickly. Like do you know what I'm, like dust or debris, maybe? Like, that might get me the same effects. Yeah, like that. And just move the flip into the right place. Ooh, that's the wrong layer. A6. Right now, we'll make a new layer at the top, make it black, so I can get the same effect with black dots too. Maybe I need to do something like this. This might be a hot take. Nope, nope, don't like. Nope, will not do. And then there's going to be a speech bubble here. That's why I wasn't too picky about this area. It's because there's going to be a speech bubble there. I probably should have put that in first. But I didn't. It's very bad form. It's very bad form. Oh my goodness. I never thought a panel like this, that normally I would consider a pretty easy panel, I would struggle with so much. But I guess sometimes less is more. Oh, come on. I clearly had my thing selected on the text. Bruh. Oh, I'm getting cranky. I'm hungry. And I'm gonna let this one sit in this, like, super tiny... Well, you know what? Let me bold it. Let me bold never. She would definitely emphasize that. Make it bigger. Ooh, that did a lot. That's a fun question. With or without the tone? I feel like the tone makes the bubble stand out more. I don't want to leave the tone in. I gotta make all the eyes visible. I think that's fine. If anything, maybe some more scattered, like, up here, just so that this is where it left. Oh. There, that way it brings it through the whole experience. Ooh, what if I take one of these vertical lines and put it up here? Oh, come on. Oh, let me bring it up higher. I think, like, this helps. No, because I feel like this stops the action here. Stops the action, because it feels like it's too... I think these are far enough apart that they work, but this one, no. What if I turned it? What if I turned them? so that they go with the flow of action instead. That way it's like something was leaving the hand. As long as the direction is the same. Yeah, I definitely agree. The little line dot, the little dust is helping. Don't like those. I feel like I want to make this something different. I like this, but... I can make this like super low. Ooh, no, I don't like that. Too much. Too much. See, this looks fine, I think. But there's like little bits of I could manually do it. I could easily manually do something like this. Ooh, I have an idea. Let me try this. Oh, it's because I have it all white. That's why. Okay, so this only works if this is really dark. I mean, it can. We're gonna mix these together. I think that kind of takes away a little bit. It didn't work out the way that I thought it was going to. And that feels kind of distracting. Yeah. Less is more, I think, in this case. Less is definitely more. That was way too hard. That panel made me suffer. I don't appreciate it. Let me see something. I don't think shading her hair to be like accurate is gonna work. Because now it's just kind of distracting. Because I'm not shading anything else. I would have to like do her jacket too. To like make it make sense. I just realized her eye is the wrong color. That's probably why I've been feeling like some of it's off, is because her eye is the wrong color. Super basic thing that I couldn't even get rid of my own character. We live in a society. Yeah, if I'm making these kinds of mistakes, I definitely should stop. Because that is a really basic thing of Rin, and I messed that up. Yeah, it's time for me to go eat and go to bed, because it's really late here. It's already 11:30, and I'm usually in bed by midnight, and I haven't had dinner yet. Monitor would yell at me for not having a break, so let me just fix her eye really quick and then I'll go to bed, I promise. I do her eye differently than I usually do, and I think that's why I don't like it. After I get her eye fixed, then I'll go. I'm gonna tell Monitor on me, are you? Of course you would. I'm just trying to do my best. Oh, I should probably turn off this extra layer I don't need. There's no way you're gonna get Monitor's ass in here to tell me to stop. There's no way. He's got better things to do. So maybe I'm calling your bluff. I know you're just doing it because you worry. All right. I'll call it done. Okay, I will stop. One more thing. I swear to God. There. Now there's a slight line around it to help it stick out. I like it better without the line, actually. I don't know. What time zone are you in? What time zone are you in? I'm so sorry. Like, you literally showed up right as I'm about to jump off. I forgot to do my 2 other ad breaks. That's so funny. EST? Bruh, it's like 1 a.m. for you. Why are you awake? Okay, it's 12:30. Close enough. I just want to say hi to my cat. Miso, say hi. You say hi, Miso? It was like, she's like, no. Yeah. She's like, Mama, it's almost midnight now. Whoopsie, just lost my earbud. If you guys don't know who Miso is, I'm obligated to share Miso now. It's my adorable cat, Miso. If anyone's like retroactively watching this, it's my cat, Miso. Say hi, Miso. She's like, nah, fam, I'm good. She just wants pets. She got her dinner. I didn't, but she got her dinner. So she's like, are you coming to bed? She's really cute. Come on, baby. Miso, I can't do this with one arm. I mean, I can, but it's not easy. Alright, I'll show y'all what I did today. How I attempted to be productive today. Here's the whole page. So I'm actually finally done with this page then. So there's the page. Yep, Misa demands me going to bed is what she's demanding. Yeah. She wants to sit in her bed, but I can't put her in her bed because then she'll like electrocute me with the static in the room right now. I can feel the static. Alright, Misa, I'm gonna put you down. And I will be right there, I promise. Don't sass me! Yep. So this is the current page. I had to completely redraw this character. Like, this one took forever. I'm really excited to share the time-lapse for that one. Because I had to completely redraw. Actually, I had to completely redraw this panel. I had to completely redraw this one. And then these two I had to completely redraw. And then... yeah. So here's, like, chapter 10 is taking, or chapter 10. I wish I was on chapter 10. Chapter 3 starts here. I guess I'll just... So, chapter 3, here's the new cover. I was really happy with that cover. This page is basically the same. You guys might recognize these pages from the pilot version. We've finally caught up to where the pilot was. But I'm redrawing and I'm relettering and I'm changing the dialogue. I'm completely fixing everything. So there's a little too much text in here. I gotta come in and fix some of these bubbles. They need a little bit more space. So I gotta do a little bit of that. But, yeah, like this I gotta fix too. So I just gotta do like the last pass on some of these pages. Oh my god, I remember these. I did this one during the 12-hour stream. That was so much fun. And then I have this one. So now I have this page I gotta do. These two. This one I basically redrew. I had to completely redo the background for this one. This I have to completely redraw. You can see I'm starting to put in my sketches now. I have to redraw Rin here. This page is being completely redrawn. This was originally just like a single, I think it was like 2 panels. I'm just making it one giant panel. This I need to completely redraw. These are all like the old character designs, so I have to redraw all of those. I've completely changed her design. This is the same character that was here. I've changed her design now, so I gotta go redraw her. And then Hokoi's design is completely changed. Even his hair color, so I have to go do that. And then I have to, like, finish this background. Which is crazy, because it's super detailed, but now I have to, like, add more to it. down in this area. Gotta add more to it. I'm gonna have like a picture of Hokoi looking up here, and then have him standing right here. So I gotta do that. And then I already did this last page. Look at that smoke, you guys. Look at that. Oh, dude, I don't want to tell you how long that took me. This is why chapter 3 has been delayed twice. I keep pushing it back a week. Between this and like the fatigue. This is all me. I'm doing this by myself. I definitely like have someone that I could go to as like an editor, but this is all me by myself. So, I mean, there's a reason why I need an editor. Like, there's a reason why I'm working with Hisashi-san for like my one-shots. But this is my own title, Godsbane, so. And then I've already started work on number 4. So I'm having to move a lot of the panels around and adjust them, and so like these two, I'm gonna have to completely redraw this page from scratch. So like I just put these in here so I can like know roughly what I want it to look like. I ended up cutting this page. I'm gonna have to redraw all of these. And then all of these blue ones, I have to copy in the original artwork so that I can like redraw it. Hi Jambi, what's up? And then I changed how some of this stuff worked. My tablet wasn't working this day, so I basically just gave up and just started using my mouse. And then 4 was supposed to end here, but then I realized I only had 14 pages because I cut out some. Yeah, it's basically all like redrawing my old stuff. So for example, like here's the whole of volume 1. Yeah, lots of redraws. So all of the blue needs to be redrawn. Anything that doesn't have any blue on it is being rewritten. So I have to like clean up what happens on that. But so like these two I had to add in. I ended up putting in a bunch of stuff here because this originally ended here. I'm gonna turn my music off. I feel like I'm yelling over it. Okay, sorry, I felt like I was yelling over my own music. But yeah, I've moved like a lot of the stuff around, and then I'm actually kind of mad because like I ended up writing all the way through to the end here, and I have like a bunch of bonus artwork, and then I went in and rewrote chapters 9 and 10. So all the script I have in here is now incorrect. I have to redo it. So, but yeah. So like, basically what I did is I took my old pilot and I took it apart. This is the pilot that got me 7th on Manga Plus. So, I basically took a lot of those older pages and I like spliced them together, and some of them I still need to paste in here, but yeah. So, yeah, I just needed to redraw some stuff just because I just wasn't satisfied with it, or I had their old designs, and so I had to update. The main thing is just updating everyone's character designs. Like I'm fine with how these artworks look. Like this here, the design for this necklace completely changed, so I have to redraw the necklace completely. This is fine, but her outfit changed, so I have to redraw that. But other than that, this panel is fine. Like Aros's design changed. Yeah. So it's mostly just redrawing the designs and stuff. But yeah, it's a lot. Like, this is why I keep delaying it. I am, like, hardcore getting it out next week, though, because I need to start on Chapter 4. And, I mean, I don't want Chapter 4 to have to be delayed, too. But I feel like Chapter 4 is going to be even more work. Because Lonfet completely changed. His name completely changed as well. So, he's completely different. Dren didn't change. So, like, this can be the same, but I have to redraw Aros now. So, I love this panel. I cannot wait to redraw this page. The one where, like, you have the arrow hit. I cannot wait to redraw that page. That's, like, one of my favorite pages I've ever made. And now that I have a lot more skill, I am not redrawing this, though. Like, look at this background. Thank God I don't have to redraw that. I would kill myself. Yeah. It's a lot. It's a lot to do. This is what happens when you reboot, guys. Don't do it. It's not worth it. But once chapter 3 is done, I want chapter 3 done before the end of February. 100%. Because I'm thinking about putting Godsbane in Manga Plus in February. For a couple reasons. One, the month is shorter, so there are less days for people to compete with me. But I'm also debating when I want to put it out. So I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure. Because that would leave me with February, March, and April. That would give me my 3 tries. And that way chapters 1, 2, and 3 are done. Like, they're already done. So, that way in case I just happen to get, like, a month where, like, all these powerhouses submit. Yeah, I know, but I'm also not, like, I'm also pretty good at marketing. You know, I feel like the problem that I had last time, so, like I said, I got 7th place in May last time, and I was really distracted with marketing. So, like, imagine what I could do if I actually can market myself well. The problem that I'm worried about is there is so much going on in the news right now. There is, especially with, like, the new administration, there is so much going on. And I'm worried about competing with all of that stuff. Like, I kind of want to wait a little bit, let it die down, and then try. But I don't know if the news is going to die down. You know what I mean? I definitely don't want to wait till summer, because that's when a lot of, like, the college-age people are, like, they have time off, and so they can draw, and then they can submit. So, like, I don't want to wait till fall or, like, summer, because I feel like there's more competition during that time. Yeah. Yeah, it is, yeah. I remember the last time I submitted, I was definitely checking every day. Because I'm like, hey, like, how did I do? So, yeah, I know I was definitely checking every day. I mean, do I reasonably think that I would win a prize? No. No, absolutely not. I don't think that I'm, like, gold or even silver worthy, to be completely honest. However, I mostly want to do it, like, out of just curiosity, right? Because if I don't, I'm gonna wonder, like, what if? And I'm hoping that if it does well, that can help me when I pitch it to Viz. Because I do want to pitch it to Viz as, like, a series. And I'm thinking if I do well, that'll help, like, that'll help argue my case to give me a chance. You know what I mean? But I'm also worried that if I submit and I do badly, it'll hurt me. You know what I mean? So I'm like, is it better to just, like, plus I have my data on Global Comics of how well it does in Global Comics. And Global Comics isn't a manga reader platform. So, like, it doing, I think, as well as it is, with it, like, being a comic, like a Western comic-based platform, I feel like it's pretty good. So I'm thinking that'll help me too. You know what I mean? So, like, what option do I want to do? So I'm trying to figure out what I want. Hey, Master Light, what's up? I'm just rambling now. I'll show you what I did today, just so you can see the finished page. Here's the finished page for you. Okay, go up a teeny bit, so you can see the whole thing. But yeah, so I'm trying to figure out, like, what my plan is for that. I mean, I don't think I'm a big wig or anything, so I don't think, like, me submitting will hurt anyone else's chances that much. I do expect to get in the top 10, though. Like, somewhere in the top 10. Like, that's my minimum expectation, is to at least get in the top 10. Because if the pilot got in the top 10, there's no reason why this one can't. Like, I feel like this version of Godsbane is a lot better than before. Especially because the first 2 chapters are completely different from the first time. So, I would hope that I could do better. But, like, when I submitted the first chapter last time, it did well. I got 7th. But the problem is that when I submitted it the second time, that was the same month that Reddit did the blackout, and I literally submitted it 2 days before the Reddit blackout happened, and Reddit was my, at the time, like, primary promotional place. Yeah, exactly. So, like, my primary marketing place, I lost access to. Like, literally 2 days after I submitted. And so I was scrambling because, like, the majority of my plan for promotion was Reddit. And it worked the first month. So, like, why wouldn't it work the second month? Blackout. So, like, and it hurt my reach a lot. And I'm using Google Analytics to track it, so I know that's why it hurt it. Like, I have Google Analytics to back that up. Because I track my data. So, I can't lose Reddit as a source. Yeah. Well, I mean, so here's the thing. Like, DD is one person. So, like, I feel like, I mean, yeah, that's one slot that's probably going to be taken, most likely, if he uploads. So that means there are only 9 slots left for the rest of us, but he's one person. There's no way there are going to be, like, 11 DD marks that publish. There's no way. Like, there would have to be something in the water. You know what I mean? Yeah. Oh, it's happened. It's the month that No Name submitted was one of those months. Yeah, that was one of those months, yeah. Where just, it was like all big creators. Yeah. And I think I've noticed they tend to be later months. Because, like, a lot of folks, like, they draw over summer. And so the longer you go into the year, the more likely you are to have, like, the bigger titles. Yeah. Yeah. But also, see, like, the longer you wait, I feel like the less optimistic people get too. Like, there are some people that have given up. I would be really curious to see, like, how many people they were getting in the beginning versus how many people they get submitting a month now. And also, like, where you place doesn't mean anything. I'll show you guys, like, some of the research I've done. I've done a little bit of research on this. Oh, got the wrong window selected. Oops. So, let me zoom out a little bit. Sorry, guys. One sec. So, like, I've done some research on this. And, like, when it comes to, like, the genre definitely seems to make a difference, which is really depressing, honestly. You know, like, and also, like, whether you submit a series or one shot doesn't seem to make that big a difference. I haven't updated it for the end of the year, because now we have results for some of these. I think October and September we have results for now, so I need to update it. But as far as, like, the secondary genre types, there's a lot of variety. But, like, the original, like you know, the genre 1 type, like the primary genre, there seems to definitely be some favoritism there. Which, I mean, makes sense. It's probably a bunch of shonen bros. Like, that are on the platform, both uploading and reading, seems to be, like, the primary audience, which makes perfect sense. So, you know, so, like, there's only been 1 silver awarded, and there's only been, like, 1 gold, the majority bronze. That's why, like, I'm not expecting to get anything other than maybe a creator or bronze award. You know, but as far as where you place, like, there's obvious favoritism for, like, the first and second position. Like, those are the majority of the prizes. You know, but you can win a prize at any rank, for the most part. Like, there's no, like, I don't think there was anyone in 10th that got it. No. And this is the English side. Let me do the master. Let me do master for both. So if we, oh, sorry, yeah. I was looking at just the English. I'm dumb. Well, I mean, I guess it makes sense if we look at only the masters for English, but, so yeah, if you look at the English side, like, there is, like, a favoritism as far as, like, where you place. But if you look at the overall, like, there have been people that have won in 10th, 8th, 9th, 4th, 7th, whatever. So, like, realistically, it's possible. You know, and when you look at the all types, like, there's 2 romance and that have also won, but they were, I think both of them were Spanish. Yeah. I think it's just because like that's just I think that's just the most of the readers that tend to be on the platform, especially from the US. Because if you think about it, the majority of the English speaking countries are probably going to be mostly shonen. I mean, that's like the most popular demographic outside of Japan, right? So makes perfect sense. Yeah, I definitely gotta update these, but yeah, so like one shots do tend to be favored, and I understand why. I think they would prefer a one shot. It makes perfect sense to prefer one shots. But also, one shots are self contained stories, so there's multiple reasons why I could see those doing better. A lot of variety in like the secondary genre type. Same thing here. Like, 87% of the awards have been bronze. And they're like in the last couple months, there's been a lot of people, like a lot of months where there are no awards. I want to say, like, yeah, look at this. Like, all the red lines are a month where there was no award. They were good in the beginning, but then like like let me show you Spanish. Like look at this, guys. Look at how hard it's been to be like a Spanish side creator. There were 4 months in a row with no winners. So yeah, it's rough. And then I'm also working on the overall like the total top 10s. I'm gonna do data for that as well. But it's a lot. It is so much work to do like the top 10s because it just multiplies the amount of work. These are only award winners, like people that got awards. That's all this is. So yeah. I'm also looking at page count. Like, page count is interesting because the majority of the page counts are above like 30. I think yeah, this was like the only one. Yep, the only one that was below 30 pages. And I love this creator, by the way. he's one of my favorites. And he only had 25 pages and he got an award. And I feel like a lot of people, they just submit these really, really long things, even if they're a series. Like, come on, it's 70. Oh, sorry. That's not. There was one that had like a huge. Here it is. Middle Soul's like an 80-page series one. I remember seeing that. I'm like, damn, son, come on. Monsters Odyssey as well had a really, really long chapter one. Yeah. I don't know. But I had the same problem. Godsbane had 53 pages on the initial chapter 1, the pilot version. So, yeah, I gotta update this with some new numbers and see like how it affects it and stuff. Anyway, it's a lot. It's a lot of data. I'm going to head off to bed. Let me just go back to YouTube here. Bloop, 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 bloop. Yeah, exactly. But that's the thing is, like, in those 80 pages, there was a lot of stuff. So, I'm not saying that it's bad. I mean, if you can keep people... The problem is like, okay, I'll, like, level with y'all. So, like, one of the... And they talk about this, and I've talked about this a bazillion times in the editorial blog of Jump Plus. The three things that they look at is how long does a reader spend on a page, right? So this is the Jump Plus people, the people being published in Jump Plus. They've admitted in a blog that they look at how long a reader spends on a page, the completion retention of that manga, so like for each chapter, how many people start the chapter and how many people finish it. And they also look at the page-to-page retention. Those 3 factors are like some of the primary things that tell them how well a series is doing. If they use those metrics for Jump Plus, and there's no way they don't use them for Manga Plus Creators Contest. And I would also wager they use the same metrics for the Jump Rookie competition. So, and, you know, they use very similar metrics for the Viz one-shots. So, because 2 of the 4, they use those metrics for. So I would wage that those are things they look at. So if you do a shorter thing, you probably will have better odds if your work is also good. That's my theory. But that's why I'm doing a shorter one shot. Is I feel like I'm going to have better odds, and I feel like if I have less story to tell, I can focus on making just those fewer pages better, right? Because I'm not going to be worrying about the longer story. Well, yeah, the most potential is based on, like, how well is it performing? And performing is stuff like retention. Like, that's critically important. Because here's the thing, typically, not always, typically, every book sells less than the previous one. So, like, volume 1 usually sells the most. And they can usually tell, based on the first 2 or 3 books, how well everything else is going to do. That's why for the Viz Originals series line, they want you to keep your stories between 3 and 4 volumes. That's why. It's because that's like any longer than that, and that's typically when the profitability for a series drops off. So, like, and that's it. That's across all publishing. That's not just manga publishing. That includes novel books. That includes like Western comics, manga. Like, that's just the general rule in publishing. Is if you go longer than 3, you're gonna start losing profitability. Like the loss in readership is that steep in publishing. Like, that's how steep it is for the average book. And so that's why, like, when they find something that does really, really well, they push the bejesus out of it. Like Kagurabachi, it's already getting an anime. It's already getting a game. And why do they make anime? To sell the books. It has done so unusually well. Yeah, it has done so unusually well that they are willing to invest in those things. Even though it's only 1 printed volume in. That's what I heard. Let me double check. Yep, sure is. Yep. Kagurabachi N10, a game based on the Shonen Jump manga series of the same name, is coming from Platinum Games this winter. A second game, a turn-based strategy title from Webfoot Technologies, is coming to mobile platforms as well. And Platinum Games is the same studio that did Bayonetta 3 and The Wonderful 101 Remastered, according to the article. Yeah. Mm-hmm. But that's like memeability culture, right? Like, that's meme culture. Like, meme culture basically saved Kagurabachi. And so, like, but that's an exception rather than the rule. Like, that's not gonna be a common thing that happens. I liked it. I got one of the early release novels when I was at New York Comic Con. And which was made a lot easier by the fact that I was working at New York Comic Con. So I was able to like pop off to the booth really quick. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. You know, so like the thing is ultimately is that like you need to prepare for the fact that like that stuff is not likely to happen to you. Can it happen to you? Yeah, absolutely. It totally can. But it's not likely. And I feel like a lot of folks go around thinking that they will be the exception to the rule, and you can never, or if this is a personal opinion, I believe you should never plan for that to happen. If that happens, fantastic. Like, you're a unicorn. But you should be ready for the fact that stuff's going to do badly. like mentally steel yourself for that. So like for example with Onami, right? So I I was told by Hisashi-san and Masaya-san that they were really optimistic about how well it would do, and I was so like the retention. So I brought in more than enough readership as far as like the number of people that started Onami. They were satisfied with. However, it was the retention that I struggled with. I don't want to give too like much specifics, like out of respect to them. But like the retention specifically that they needed was not what I was able to give them. So, I'm not gonna specify what type of retention. But the retention was what I struggled with. And so, they gave me my advice. They gave me advice and feedback on how I can improve that next time. And so I'm going to try those things. Those are things that I now apply to Godsbane. Those are things that I apply to, like everything that I work on now. And my new one shot that I'm working on. Like, because I finally am at the point where I have enough written that I can start working on my sketches now. And it's also why I hardcore track my analytics for Godsbane. Like, I track them the same way that I feel like they tracked Onami. In terms of, like, what stuff they're watching. I do the same stuff for Godsbane. I have a whole spreadsheet set up for it. Because, I like math and numbers. So, stuff like that's easy for me to do. Yeah. When I got published, or when I got my feedback, I was told that nobody before me had been serialized. So for sure, anyone before me has not been serialized. Now, after me, I don't know. It's on my, well, a few of them I know because the creators have told me. Like we talked to each other, but like that's not my business. So like I'm not gonna like go to a creator, jump in their DMs, and say, "Hey, did you get serialized?" Like that's rude. It's not my business. But like some of us have like we've been in calls and stuff and we've chatted and like we've talked about it. But yeah, a lot of them are really great. A lot of them are really good. I really liked Liam's second one too. I mean, I really liked The Stranger, but Cage Tiger was good too. I love how unique his artwork is. Like it's very nostalgic of like older manga, and I love that. I'm not trying to farm compliments, but I hate my art style. I hate it. Like when I was waiting for Onami to go live, because I knew the date in advance. It's like when I was waiting for Onami to go live, I was absolutely terrified people were gonna hate it. I was afraid they were gonna hate the art style. They were gonna hate how it looks. Like I was so afraid that people were gonna be like, I hate this art style. Yeah, I mean, like, submit anyway. Like, I mean, Viz says that they're perfectly fine with you submitting stuff. So, like, you can submit to them and still submit to other places. So, like, if you wanted to submit to Viz, you still can. So, like, that's fine. Yeah. The newer one, not Queenie-chan, the one before her had like a really unique art style. Yeah, well, that's actually something they would hold against you if you draw too much like an existing creator. They hold that against you. When I went to the Viz portfolio review, like the one in 2023 where when I met them for the first time, they told me that my art style was too close to Rumiko Takahashi. And I feel like that would be why creators like Arknight, the guy who did Roush, the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. I don't want to call him a copycat, but you know what I mean. Like he draws very much in the style of like Araki. I feel like that would be why he didn't get picked, even though he did like obscenely well. I'm sure his retention was good, but like I feel like that was a strike against him, was drawing like somebody else. That's personal theory. I've not asked, so like I don't know, but that's just a theory, speculation. So But yeah, my understanding is they don't want that. They don't want you to look like someone else, or you know. So, but I appreciate that. I like your manga to Manga Plus, or do you mean to like Viz? Do you like Manga Plus creators? I think it puts you in the competition automatically. I mean, you can always reject the prize. Like, well, okay, I'll answer Manga Plus first. So, like, with Manga Plus, it will automatically submit you into the contest. However, if you happen to place really high and you happen to get offered an award, you can always turn it down. Like, you're allowed to say no. It literally says in their things, like in their FAQ or whatever, that you're allowed to say no to the prize. So, like, if you win and you want to reject the prize, you can, but you will automatically be submitted to the contest, as far as I know. However, when it comes to Viz, the Viz one-shots and the original series is not a competition. Like, I know there are some people out there that are saying that those who submit to Viz, like, are competing with each other, and they're liars. I've asked. Like, that's not the case. Viz one-shots are not competing with each other. This is not like... Now, in Japan, when they put them in the magazine, they do rank them against each other. But the Viz one-shots are not being, like, ranked against each other. It's based on each individual performance. And I have asked Hisashi-san that, so that is from him. So no, they are not competing with each other. Now, here's my thing. If you want feedback from Hisashi-san, just submit to the online portfolio. Like, and submit anyway. Like, you can get feedback. However, like, this is a personal thing. So, like, if you want to get a one-shot published, but don't want to get a series, I feel like you are wasting everyone's time. Because the purpose of the one-shot program is to find one-shots that can become a series. That's the whole point. That's why they're doing it. And so if you publish, if you, like, go through the whole process of, like, let's just say in theory, you apply, you get in, you get your one-shot published, and you get offered serialization, are you really gonna turn down Viz Media for serialization? Like, are you gonna waste everyone's time, Hisashi-san's time, the original's editor's time, your time? Like, do you want to say, I said no to Viz Media, and, like, be proud of that? Is that what you want? Like, I'm asking genuinely, is that something that you want on your name? You know, like, you're literally wasting everyone's time for bragging rights. Like, that's so stupid. But that's personal opinion. Like, if you want to submit for feedback, abso-freaking-lutely do that. Like, sometimes, like I said, when I went to my Viz portfolio review, I never thought they were going to be interested in my work. Like, and then they ended up inviting me into the program. So, if you want to submit to get feedback, do it. Absolutely. I feel like everyone should. Everyone should submit, no matter what. Because you never know what type of feedback you're going to get. Like, they could offer you a spot in the program. I kept pushing Kuni-chan to submit. She finally did, and now she's published. I don't know if she submitted because of me, but I kept pressuring her to do so because I felt like she would be a shoo-in, and she was. She's now published with them. So, like, and I wouldn't be surprised if she's the first one to get serialized because she's already been serialized with other publishers. So, like, I would not be surprised. But again, remember, all of this is just my personal opinion. I'm one person, right? So, like, there may be other people who are published that will have a completely different feeling. They may say, yeah, go ahead and do it anyway. It'd be really good for your CV or for your portfolio. So, like, that's just me. I just feel like it would be a slap in the face to Hisashi-san, who put his energy into you, when he could have put it into someone else who's going to take it more seriously. You know what I mean? Like, if someone did that to me, like, I would blacklist them forever. Yes, exactly. Days Neo is a fantastic place. Yep. Days Neo is really, really good for that. I submitted my first 2 chapters to Days Neo, and I need to submit chapter 3 once it's done. I personally haven't gotten any feedback yet, and that's kind of depressing. But I also think I submitted at a bad time. I literally submitted like a week before New Year's. So I think I submitted at a really bad time. So I'm hopeful that as I keep submitting, eventually I'll get feedback. So, because it's been a month and I've not gotten any feedback yet. So yeah, I just submitted at a really bad time. I've thought about deleting it and resubmitting it. So that I can like start over and try again. With like better timing, you know what I mean? Because I feel bad. I feel bad that I was impulsive and didn't think about it. Yeah. Yeah, Days Neo was awesome. It's basically just like a website where like the whole point of the website is to connect editors with mangaka. Like that's the whole point. All of them. Just put all of them there. Like like anything that you feel has done well, just submit all of them. Like there may be one particular one shot they're like, hey, like I really like this one, like, would you want to be serialized with us? You never know. All the things. You know what I mean? Just do it. You never know. I've thought about putting Onami there once my contract with Viz ends. I've thought about putting Onami there just to see what would happen. But then I wouldn't have something published with Viz. So like, do I want to take it down from Viz or do I want to just leave it up? I don't know. I haven't decided yet. I have that choice. I've just like not decided yet. Hmm. I would check and see if like there's limitations on what you can submit, because I think Days Neo does have limitations on what you can submit there. As far as like, has it already won an award, or like something like that. And I don't know if the Young Jump competition has any specifications as far as like is it allowed to be commercialized elsewhere? Is it allowed to be published elsewhere? Is it allowed to have like another award already? Because there's a lot of websites and competitions that will limit you, basically saying like if it's already won an award somewhere, you can't submit it here. That because that way a work doesn't have like multiple awards stacked on top of each other. Some places are like that, some places don't have that requirement. So I would definitely check the rules and see if there's any limitations there that would prevent you from submitting it to either one of those places. So definitely check that. Okay, I see. Yeah, I'm not sure about Days Neo. I'd have to go looking at it again. Um, yeah. What I'll probably end up doing, what probably would be the best thing to do is, well, I don't know. If I decide to submit Godsbane to Viz first, then I can really focus on Days Neo. And then Manga Plus. So what I'll probably do, and the longer I wait, the less competition there is on Manga Plus, honestly. So what I'll probably do is I'll just hold off on Manga Plus. I'll wait until I know what Viz thinks. And that way I'm not splitting my attention between my one shot and like worrying about Manga Plus. So yeah, I'll see what they say first. So I have data on Global Comics as like how it's performing. Yeah, I gotta go too. It's already like 30 minutes after midnight, and I still have not had dinner. So I'm gonna go have dinner, y'all. Been streaming 4.5 hours. Anyway, so thank you all for being here. I super duper appreciate it. You guys are awesome. If you guys haven't, you gotta wake up at 6. Yeah, same. I usually get up at 6, but I'm gonna get up at 8 later. So yeah, I'm gonna go eat. I'm gonna go sleep. If you guys haven't left a like yet, please do. It really helps, the algorithm and stuff. But yeah, have a good night, guys. Take it easy. I'll see you guys next time. Bye.